good to go. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Village of Ruidoso regular meeting. It's November 9th. It's a little after 1 o'clock. Again, we're having technical difficulties. Councilor Letterman, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we're in business. So if everyone will stand with me, we'll have a moment of silence, and then we'll have the invocation by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Let us pray. Almighty God, most awesome God, we come to you this afternoon seeking your wisdom, direction, understanding for conducting the business of the Village of Ruidoso. We take into account, Lord, that you are in charge of all things and that you have set a plan for this community, this state, and this country. Let us just reverence you in all the actions that are taken here, and let us be in remembrance and in thanks to the veterans as a celebration or a recognition day comes up here this Thursday. We pray for our employees, first responders, this council, all of staff. We pray all of this in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And if we could get a roll call, please, Mr. Ron.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Crawford.
Here.
Councilor Salas.
Here.
Councilor Letterman.
Here.
Councilor Eby.
Here.
Councilor Cornelius.
Here.
Councilor Coughlin.
Here.
Councilor Jackson.
Here.
All present, Mayor. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Councilor Letterman is joining us through Zoom, I suppose. So, all right, thank you, everyone. And if I could get approval of today's agenda, and please give the chair the ability to move it around a little bit.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we accept the agenda as presented and allow the chair to move items for discussion as needs must.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Roll call, please, Ron.
Councilor Jackson.
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius.
Aye.
Councilor Coughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Salas.
Aye.
Councilor Letterman.
Aye.
Councilor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move through the consent regular items, which we have 8 today. Item number 1 is approval of the governing body minutes. Item number 2 is ratification of change order numbers 1, 2, and 3 with General Hydronics for the Cree Meadows Trail Project CN 2104211 for additions and deductions with an overall deduction in cost of $61,752, no cents. Number 3 is the approval of third renewal agreement with High Mountain Concessionaire LLC to operate concessions at Grindstone Lake. Item number 4 is approval of second renewal agreement between the Village of Ruidoso and Armstrong Consultants LLC for the on-call services at the Sierra Blanca Regional Airport. Item number 5 is approval of second renewal agreement between the Village of Ruidoso, Sierra Blanca Regional Airport, and Gary Felker for land lease at the Sierra Blanca Regional Airport. Number 6 is approval of second renewal agreement between the Village of Ruidoso and Stephen Fleming for land lease at the Sierra Blanca Regional Airport. Item number 7 is approval of first renewal agreement with FBT Architects, DBA Groundwork Studio for RFP number 2020-005 for professional services for property master development plans. Item number 8, ratification of request to schedule a public hearing on November 22nd, 2021 for ordinance 2021-07, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of the Village of Ruidoso, New Mexico General Obligation, GO, bonds, Series 2021, in the aggregate principal amount of $1,500,000, no cents, for the purpose to enlarge, improve, and/or extend the production and distribution components of the village's water system, providing that the Series 2020 bonds will be payable from ad valorem taxes levied on all taxable property within the village.
Mayor, I'd move to approve the consent regular items as read.
Second.
Okay, we have motion and second. Any discussion? Adam? Okay. Roll call, please, Ron.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we move to the public input. Do we have anyone sign up for public input, Ron?
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, we did not have anyone signed up for public input.
Okay, then we will move on so we can get some of these hardworking folks out of here. I know they're here just to see somebody off. Just kind of run him off into the sunset. He's decided he's had enough, so we'll make him wait just a little bit longer.
Notice that they all abandoned him and left him sitting by
Yeah, he's sitting out
himself?
there all by himself like a bump. We're going to talk about the addition of some new employees. And so we're very proud today to welcome some new employees, a couple of firefighters. We're losing one, and looks like we're going to gain a couple, 3. But we have Price Bowen, firefighter. Date of hire was October 11th, 2021. Are you here, sir? Come on up.
All right.
You can just take your mask down so we can see what you look like. All right. Nice. We always like to meet the new guys.
Being here.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming on. So you know who you can
Nice to meet you.
come see, holler at, or whatever, but we're glad to have you, very proud of it.
Like this, but nothing.
Next, we have James Pribble, Assistant Fire Chief, 10/18 of 2021. And he always has to give a full disclosure speech every time he heads this way. And it starts off with something like, "My brother-in-law works here."
Yeah.
Full disclosure. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Good to see. Boy, it's gonna make that battle between the cops and the firefighters better.
It just so happens his brother-in-law is our deputy chief. So that guy right there. So anyway, we were happy to get him. Victor Perez, firefighter, date of hire 10/27/2021. How you doing, Victor?
Good, yourself?
Good. We're losing a mustache and we're getting a stash. This is pretty good.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
For those of you that don't know, Mike Morrow always had a big old bushy stash, and now we're getting another one. It's awesome. And then we're happy to have Timothy Roberts. Where's Tim at? There he is. Tim is the convention center manager, also the radio station manager, and also he'll be overlooking the
Wingfield.
Wingfield House.
I go there.
I couldn't understand what WH stood for. Thank you, Tim. Anyway,
More things.
he has a lot of historical value, has a big background with the state in being in charge, Deputy Director of Historic Sites in New Mexico. So we feel very good. So we've got a great list of new guys that are on board, and so we're so happy to have you.
One of the things I told him is that as the newest Tim, any problems with Tim is his fault.
His problem. Yeah, we
there
were
you
trying to
go.
go Big Tim, Little Tim, Mouthy Tim, running. But we haven't got there yet. So now then, we're going to recognize someone that we all are very, very fond of that's done the village a magnificent job for many, many years. He's still a young guy. He's going to go out and experience life. We hate to lose him. But Mike Morrow, come on up here, Mike. Mike is Deputy Chief, the Assistant Fire Chief. He started November 23rd, 2001, and he's retiring November 30th, 2021. In appreciation for your years of hard work and dedicated service to the community and the village of Ruidoso, we hope you enjoy your retirement. And it's been a pleasure getting to know you and all the work that you've done, Mike.
Thank you
So
so
thank you very much. You want to say anything?
I do. I just want to, I'd like to remind you all what a great fire department you have. These guys, you know, you don't ever hear about the disaster that never happens, but you also don't often hear about why it didn't happen. And it's because these guys take care of business, whether it's in the middle of the day or the middle of the night. and all those little grass fires and pine needle fires that never turned up to be a big event is because of what they do. And you should be proud of them, and I'm proud to be part of it.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Well, good luck in your endeavors, buddy. So I understand you're not going anywhere, but we'll still see your bright face around town.
Change your cell phone number, they'll be calling you.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Oh, okay. Thanks, everybody, for coming.
Back to work.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Welcome aboard. Now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Boards and commissions, I don't think we have anything to appoint. Now we'll go to the village manager's report. And I know the manager's having a little tooth issue, and so he won't be as cheerful as normal, but go ahead, Manager Dodge.
Mayor, I'd like to move on. We have submitted a full written report. I'd like to move to item number 2 and ask Cody and our airport manager to come up here and present.
Okay. Chief,
Is Cody, or Joe, are you
Yep.
coming up as well?
you coming up, Joe?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Afternoon.
We'll let Austin go ahead and start doing some explanations on our capital improvement plans that we have. It's a 5-year plan that we send to that we agree with the FAA. It's
Okay.
funding from the FAA or the state aviation department. So I'm going to go ahead and read over what we have for the 5 years.
Austin, feel free to pull your mask down and we can hear you a little better.
This is our new airport manager, Austin Nelson.
Yes, sir. Nice to meet everybody. For those of you who don't know me, I started probably 2 months ago. So far, I'm loving it. It's a great job. So this 5-year capital improvement plan, CIP, first thing we have on the list here in 2021, we've got rehabilitate runway 1230. And right now, we're in phase 1, PER and design. Shortly after that, coming in the spring, we'll have rehabilitating of taxiway Bravo, phase 1, PER and design. And probably about the same time, we'll have state maintenance grant. Right?
We get a state maintenance grant of $22,000 every 2 years. So that goes to repair our beacons, our reflectors. It covers any maintenance, small maintenance jobs that we have out at the airport. We get $22,000 from the state every 2 years.
Okay.
And in 2022, we're looking at phase 2 of construction for reconstructing runway 1230, as well as taxiway Bravo will be in phase 2. Okay. So in phase 2 of reconstruction of runway 1230, we're going to be looking at a total amount of $3.5 million. And alongside of that, with taxiway Bravo, phase 2 construction is going to insist on $2 million. And then we've also got replacement of the VASI and PAPI lights on runways 0624 as well. That's going to come out to $200,000.
250,
200.
200.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I saw he's reading off the 2021 one.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on
We got a
2020.
2021 and a 2022 here, so they did
Okay.
up it to 250 in the 2022 budget.
Okay, good. My mistake, sorry.
That's all right.
And next up, we're looking at 2023. At this time, we're going to be looking at rehabilitating runway Alpha and the apron. That's going to consist of filling in cracks, sealing, doing regular maintenance like that. That's going to look like it's going to be $400,000. And again, we'll receive our state maintenance grant, which will be $22,000. In the year of 2024, we're going to be looking at doing runway 0624. It's going to be preservation. not likely going to be resurfacing, but again, filling any kind of cracks, doing any kind of seal coat. And we're also going to receive funds for snow removal equipment in the year of 2024, approximately $700,000 combined with a rotary blower and a plow. In the year of 2025, we're going to be updating our master plan, which is going to come out to about $500,000. And again, we'll get a state maintenance grant for $22,000 that year. And last but not least, the year of 2026, we have the AAFF Index A, which is
It's our firefighting index, what we get, what type of fire equipment, response equipment we have to have, that's what that'll cover is our Rescue 1 fire truck replacement.
Okay.
That's going to be coming out to about $900,000. The FAA is going to grant us to fill that. Up next, we've got self-service fuel. That'll be an option that we can take on in 2026. However, it's pretty far out, so we're not sure about the decision on that.
Well, and the expense of it
Yes, sir.
is pretty high out there too, so
Yes, sir.
I know that we have some people that would, but we have personnel out there all the time now, so.
Yes, sir.
And in 2026, we could be much farther in advancement by then, and we may not even need something like that, but that's farther down the road. And the last thing we've got is airfield electronic vault.
Just redoing the electrical systems out along the runways and taxiways and to make sure they're up to grade, and possible changing lighting to LED lighting as well along some of the runways and taxiways. And all these plans we have to get these approved by the FAA on a yearly basis. So every year we meet with the FAA, usually on a Zoom meeting in the State Aviation Department, and cover all these things. And some of them may change depending on the priorities and what the runways are in, taxiways are in, or snow equipment is. They could move them up or back down a little bit as needed.
Sure, just like our ICIP stuff.
sir.
I don't see anything on here about, and it may not be the correct spot for it, but the development, working with individuals on hangars, the possibility of those type of things. Does that not fit into the CIP?
No, so that doesn't fit into the CIP. The CIP plan through the FAA, that's the runways out. They usually don't deal with hangars as far as the FAA. We may be able to get some money from the State Aviation Department that'll help us build hangars and more sunshades. So that's through a different program.
Okay.
Mayor,
What about upgrades on the fuel farm and stuff like that? Is this any of this funds eligible for that?
I think we could use some of the entitlement money on the side of that. You have entitlement available of $150,000 a year. We can
Okay.
carry that over for, I think, up to 4 years. Is that right, Ron? Do you remember?
That's correct.
Okay, we can roll that over into 4 years and have a larger amount of money to do some special projects, and that could be one of the projects that we look into as well.
Okay.
Mayor Crawford, and the master plan should talk about, additional hangars and things of that nature as well, and other amenities that may offer at the airport as well.
Okay, that's a good point.
Can you guys explain under the funding plan, the different columns there? The entitlement, additional AIP, other and match, and what those are?
Yes, sir. The entitlement is $150,000 that we get from the FAA on a yearly basis, and that can be used for various projects. We've used it for some painting projects out at the airport before, sealing, crack sealing. So we get that on a yearly basis, and we can carry that up to 4 years, up to 4 years, so we can have up to $600,000 to do a big, larger project. If we have to reseal the apron or replace reflectors and lights and stuff, we can use that. The AIP is the Airport Improvement Plan. That's the FAA money, all FAA money that they give us portions on, and there is matches to those funds.
Okay.
As you can see in the funding plan columns. And then the others is usually can be part of just general grants that we can get through the FAA or the State Aviation Department to fund some of these other projects.
Okay, so those three columns are all external funds coming in?
Yes, sir.
And then the match would be our obligation.
Yes, Councilor.
Okay, great,
And
thank you.
sometimes, Councilor, on those matches, whether it's aviation, on our grants and maintenance and state monies, we can use those as part of the PER and design and what we do as part of the match, so the village is not responsible for all of it every time.
Right, we've gotten really good at leveraging funds.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that explanation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions? Comments? Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mayor.
I just don't know how you can go that far out and guess what the costs are going to be. It's just kind of like, throw a dart.
Especially on like the
Place marking.
fire department trucks, yes, it's just a place marker. The fire trucks and stuff, those are, the prices are really getting up there on those things. So that 900,000 may be quite a ways off on that.
Okay. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Mayor, the next presentation is gonna be on the updated, snow removal plan, and Adam is gonna be.
Right on. You didn't get Josh in here? Yeah, we're always excited at the idea, the thought of snow, and so we're looking forward to knowing we've got a good plan again.
Mayor, Council, this is just the updated snow removal plan for 21-22. Just to kind of give you guys an update on equipment that is on hand. We have 4 dump trucks with plows and salters, 6 pickup with plows and salters, 2 motor graders, 7 pickups with plows only, 3 snow blowers, 1 broom if we just get those small snows, Rodney's got a little broom to sweep it off the sidewalks, and 1 4-wheeler.
A broom, it goes on a piece of equipment or what?
It's like a snow blower, but it's a push behind, like a broom that, the snow blowers, they have to have at least inch and a half of snow to actually get it off the sidewalks. So, Parks and Rec has invested in like a little broom that'll actually sweep it off.
Okay, great.
Materials on hand, we have approximately 500 tons of salt on hand right now. The state, is actually, letting us try 100 tons of, it's called a ice slicer. It's a new product. It is expensive, but they say that it will, melt ice down to 0 degrees. And, salt is only, it's between 18 and 20 degrees is your max of salt melting the ice. So we're gonna try some of that. It is kind of expensive. We have found it on the state price agreement, and you're looking about $36,000 for 300 tons of that stuff. So it's expensive, but we are looking into it, and we're gonna see how it works first.
So has it been determined where that would be sampled at throughout town?
We're looking mainly like Swiss Chalet.
Right.
The main thoroughfares, some of the side roads, like North Eagle and North Street, stuff like that. Just to, the steeper areas, it's supposed to stay longer on the ground and last a little bit longer to keep melting the snow.
Okay.
Adam, do you know what that chemical is that they're using?
I do not. Josh has finally got a pamphlet on it from the state, and I have not seen it yet.
I just wondered if it'd be less caustic to the roadways and the cars.
I think it will be.
I doubt it.
We had some stuff at one time. It was a liquid that we used to put down, but it was really caustic. It was bad. But, if we could get some of the stuff for our problem areas, especially main thoroughfares, Swiss Chalet and stuff like that, I think it's gonna help us out.
Shaded areas and that?
Yes, sir.
And would that be held back until we get the really low temperatures?
Yes, and I would rather have snow on the ground than these ice storms and stuff like that, because, that just tears up equipment, and we're just throwing salt at it and hoping it's gonna work. So some of these ice storms and stuff like that is where we're gonna save it. And, if we have a snowstorm, of course at night it does freeze. So in our real troubled areas, bus routes, mainly the bus routes and stuff like that, we'll try it.
Well, and once people start driving over it, it compacts it down and makes it into ice. And then especially the shady streets, like coming down my hill,
Yes.
if it doesn't get salted, forget
Well,
it.
you can try that's a steep hill. That's one of the ones that we can look at.
When I first moved there, Chief McGill fell on his butt 5 times trying to come up the hill, walk up the hill while he was taking care of car accidents, people sliding down there, but.
Our trigger points,
Yes.
we're not gonna have trigger points. As soon as the snow starts flying, myself and Josh are gonna be out assessing roads. Swiss Chalet is gonna be one of our main trigger points. That's one of the highest roads. That's one of the main thoroughfares, and that's one of the roads that, it gets snowpacked and icy to begin with, that and the Y. So As soon as the snow starts flying, we're gonna be assessing the roads.
So as soon as it starts snowing with the police department and whatnot, you'll be assessing the roads and then calling the crews out.
Yes, sir. And we are working, we did have a meeting with all the village employees that actually do, snow removal and stuff. And, the fire department, talking with Chief Thetford, they're on 24 hours a day also. So if they start seeing something that, it could have, it's happened before, there was no snow in the forecast. You wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and there's snow and ice on the ground. These guys are out, and we're working with them to give us a call to, make sure that we can get out in a timely manner. Priority streets, all Village Ruidosa streets are priority. You all know that.
Depends on which street you live on.
Well, they should be priorities, is what I'm saying, the main thoroughfares, Meacham, Sutterth, we have to clear those off. Those are the first ones usually hit. That everybody's leaving the yard, that's, we're kind of tag teaming and get them cleared off. Bus routes, Cream Meadows, we have maps for each truck. For each truck has its individual area, except for myself. I'm kind of all over the place, and, a couple other people. But we're gonna try to hit, with the equipment we have this year, thanks to you guys getting us some new equipment, I think we're gonna be a lot better off, trying to get all these streets plowed, make people happy, actually seeing it plow out there. So we're gonna try to, knock it out as quick as we can. Day and night shifts, village employees, we've got a lot of volunteers coming out and helping us, you work so many hours, you wanna switch out and get some other people in these trucks. We do have a truck that, we're gonna keep, with salt and a plow on. It's one of the newer trucks. It's a little bit bigger truck, but it's still a pickup. We're gonna try to keep it inside for the on-call person, or even maybe one of the fire department guys parked at the fire station. That way, if there's an accident or something like that, we can have that truck ready to go, because the truck cannot sit outside. The salt hardens in it, and we never can get it out. We're working with the State Highway Department. We work close with them for the removal of the snow mound in the middle of Sutterth. So after the first snow, depending on what kind of snows we get, sometimes it snows for 3-4 days. Sometimes we're going to try to make a plan to, between those days, depending on how many days it does snow or, how much snow we get, is to get that picked up right away. And, usually it's from the car wash to the circle up on Sutterth and Main Road. But we are working with them. They have helped us out last year, really, really nice. We have been contacting contractors for trucks and loaders to get them on board. That way, they're on call. Come on, get out here. We're going to get this snow picked up, make a plan. Last year was the first time we kind of shut down Sutterth in different spots while we're shutting it off. I think we got a pretty good traffic control plan now, and the way to do it. So hopefully this year will go a little bit smoother than it went last year.
Yeah, that caused a little confusion, but.
It does, but the first year is going to be the trial, and I think we got a pretty good idea what needed to be improved from last year.
So what about cut-throughs, on the initial plow-through on heavy snows?
Cut-throughs, that's one of we have 2 backhoes with the water and sewer department. We have 2 backhoes with the street department, and that's one of the things that we're going to try to hammer out right away. As soon as that bank starts going, before anybody gets out, we're going to try to get those cut-throughs. And one of the things I've talked to the Parks and Rec department about is, they were coming out at about 6 o'clock in the morning and on heavy snows to get out there a little bit earlier, at maybe 5 o'clock. And one of the biggest issues I saw, especially in Midtown area, is, you're trying to make a path for people to walk so they don't slip. Well, let's get the whole thing, let's get in a little bit earlier, get the whole thing plowed off, because when we come through with the grader to do the turnouts and up against the curbs, later on in the day when we're shoveling that snow off, it's creating ice on the edge of the curb. So with that, we'll get everything in the middle, make their cutouts, and to each business, as many businesses as we can to accommodate them.
Okay, and at certain intersections and in Midtown, people being able to walk across the middle, have more, I know that we don't want to have too many designated because of the liability there, but especially at all the crosswalks.
At the crosswalks, yes.
And then it turn-ins to people's parking lots like Tanner Traditions down there, because I know a lot of times we would inadvertently block their driveways, and then after that stuff, it's like concrete after a while.
I did. I went up there, up and down last year, the last snow, and actually used my truck to try to get in and out of those driveways. But, I think we have a pretty good plan with the blades this year, on the way up, or on the way back down after they get off the high points, is try to get some of those entrances open. But like I said, the main, Eagle, Country Club, some of the businesses, we need to make sure that we're spreading those out, and I've already talked to the guys, everybody's on board with what needs to be done.
Can you tell us the difference when you would use a blade? Because I know we purchased additional blades. You've got one that'll hook on your truck and a lot of our other trucks out there. So when can you use a blade and when can you not?
Like the snowplow that's in front of my truck, you're looking, if you don't have at least 1.5 inches of snow on the ground, it's really not gonna do anything. It's gonna make ice. So, that's where some of the bigger trucks, a lot of times you can wipe off a little bit more with a bigger truck and have some salt to it, but you're tearing up blades and you're making ice at the same time, but we still have to, get out there and get it done. But like I said, the smaller trucks that we have, the 6 pickups and 7 pickups with plows, salt's gonna be the killer on that one. We try to do the best, but like I said, if there's nothing to push off, it's just kind of, screeding that snow into ice.
Side roads?
Side roads, same thing. A lot of times the side roads will be a little bit more snow-packed than the main roads. It's gonna accumulate more because there's not enough traffic, actually blowing the snow off. But, as soon as snow starts flying on the ground, we're gonna assess it and see.
Because I know you guys did real good with all the short-term rentals that we have. Neighborhoods become impacted. That they can't get out. And so I know you guys did a really good job on-call last year. And I know in some parts of town it snows more than others, but y'all did a great job on getting over there and helping people out that couldn't get out.
I appreciate that. And like I said, this year we have more equipment. We actually have more equipment than we have.
People?
But we have other departments willing to help. Solid Waste has actually donated their plow and salter to put on one of our other trucks, so it can be out 24/7 when it snows.
Okay. Anybody have any questions?
So Adam, we used to have you talked about priority streets, and we used to have a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Do we still have that, or have we kind of gotten away from that?
There is a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 within the street department itself.
Okay.
You have your like one of the dump trucks. His main priority is Sutterth and Swicelli. That's what he stays on. We got to keep those open. And everybody else, like myself and a couple other people, they'll go out and help out and make sure it's getting cleared off and stuff like that. But being that we have more pickups now, and we can actually pull people from other departments, or the Public Works Department, and actually put them in pickups, the street department can focus on their priorities, and then we have these other trucks to actually spread out and get the rest of these roads.
Because I know that used to be something, well, it happens every winter. It's like, oh, it snowed. I didn't know it was going to snow. And then people are complaining because their street hasn't been plowed. And, everybody has that priority. And it was nice to Jen just say, I know we published it in the past, and here's the priorities. We do these streets, and then we go and we do these streets. And are we going to publicize that again?
We can publicize our,
I think it helps.
The snow route that we've always had, as far as like the bus routes, the emergency routes, stuff like that, we will publish. The other routes, it's a whole, everybody has a route, even within the street department, without these additional trucks, and they have to stay on that route. But now that we have the additional trucks, we can actually spread out and get these done faster.
I think it's just important for people to pay attention and see when we've got forecasts. Sometimes we get surprised, but for the most part, we've got forecasts, and then all of a sudden, you see them on Facebook. I need to get out to the store and get a gallon of milk for my kids. Well, too bad you didn't do it the 3 days before when the weather was nice. Then all of a sudden it becomes an important thing. So I think just as much information we can get out there will help those people, especially when we have the tourists who come in driving the little two-wheel drive, car weighs about 800 pounds. Yeah, and no chains. And then they're way up in the hills, and then they're trying to slide down the hills and things like that. So, or they put the chains on and they run the chains for.
That's enough. I used to be one of those guys. Quit it.
3 days. 3 days after all the snow's gone, you're going 15 miles an hour down the street.
And one of the things I'll bring up also is, the blade routes with our motor graders. We try to keep the trucks off those blade routes because The blade routes are actually a lot steeper, like Brady Canyon, Black Forest, stuff like that. And I've been in the blades during the snow, and if somebody bladed my route, it made me mad because I actually use that snow to my advantage to actually hold me coming down some of those hills. So that takes a little bit longer for the blades, but it does a better job.
Yeah. Yeah, I always try and go out of stay in the fresh snow, coming down and create more packed ice.
So, anybody have any questions?
I just want to say last year, I can't remember much more than a year at a time, but last year you guys did a fantastic job. It was amazing. As soon as the snow hit, you were cleaning off the roads. You guys did a great job, and I look forward to, with all the new equipment, you guys being able to be out there and continue that tradition now of
Thanks, Scott.
really taking care of that.
I appreciate that.
Thanks. We'll be looking forward to publicizing that. Right, and I think we're going to start working with road repairs and all the different things that you have going on with the Streets Department, same type of thing.
Yes, sir.
So thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Mayor, moving on, the next presentation is going to be from the Water Resource Director, Eric Moida, and he's going to be presenting on the fiscal 2021 water conservation report.
Afternoon, Mr. Boyda.
I apologize, Mayor, I keep forgetting my mic. So
Yeah, I know that the people keep texting me. I can't hear Tim, so we'll just leave Tim's mic on.
It's kind of hard to steer this from here.
Might have to turn around.
Mayor Crawford, councilors, today I wanted to talk about the 2021 Water Conservation Report. This PowerPoint is just a summary of the report that was actually included in your packet, so it shouldn't have, there's only one slide that's new information that wasn't in the report that was provided. So the conservation report is right now it's a regulatory obligation for some of our water right permits. And what it needs to convey is our previous year's water conservation efforts, and then it has to do a water audit and a gallons per capita day calculation, and then convey what we're going to do in the next year for conservation efforts. So for last fiscal year, most of our efforts were capital improvements, and so we had 2 replacement projects that started or finished in that year. So Town and Country just made the cut by, I think, 12 days. It started in, I think, June 20th or something. And then we finished up I apologize. So that project is going to replace 4,737 linear feet of water line, and that is using the general obligation bond funds and leveraging that for a community development block grant for $750,000. And then we also had another general obligation bond project, the Country Club tank replacement, which was finished in October 2020. And then a major emphasis of our conservation efforts has been looking at our water production capacities. And so we've emphasized a lot of money in the Eagle Creek well field to amp up production on that side of our system so that we can eliminate water right leases. So then the money that we're spending on water right leases can be invested into our system to replace water lines. And so last fiscal year, we finished our Eagle Creek Wellfield Phase 1, and that included the Alto 2, Apple Orchard, and Middle Gavilan wells. We started the Alto Crest Treatment Plant 3 project, which has an estimated completion date of March 2022. And then we were awarded our Water Trust Board project fund for Eagle Creek Wellfield Phase 2, which is the Brown and Fault wells, which construction started in this current fiscal year. And so taking a look at our fiscal year 2021 Ion Water registrations. So remember, Ion Water is our software package that's associated with our demand-side meters where our customers can look at hourly consumption for their households, and that data is conveyed once every 24 hours. Since the implementation of it, we've only had 680 total accounts. 133 of those were new this year, but that's only about a 9% enrollment from our customer base. But that is still the highest it's ever been since we rolled out the package. But despite the low enrollment rates, the new meters have really helped out our billing and metering staff because we get alerts when there's high water usage, and we reach out to owners and also do shutoffs when there's excessive water use. And so since 2016, we've had a reduction in our elite credits issued from about 14 million gallons to just about 250,000 gallons. So that's a pretty substantial gain.
Great. And on that note, Eric, maybe Toy knows this, what is that gallon per minute notification to the homeowners?
So the homeowners can set up any limits that they would
Well,
like.
but Adam just flashed 10. I mean, where they see the flow going, is it at 10 gallons a minute, or when does the homeowner find out that they're?
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Salas, the homeowner can actually set up their own parameters when they log on to Ion Water.
Right.
We have it as, I think it's 2 gallons a minute consistent.
That's what I was getting at.
Through a 24-hour period.
Through a 24-hour
Yes, sir.
period.
Through a
Okay.
24-hour period. So, a lot of the times that the customer does not have their Ion Water set up under them.
Right.
They will still flag us here at Village Hall, and we'll be out turning it off. But, these second homeowners and even homeowners here in town, if they'll set up their parameters, it's going to flag them before we even get out there.
Okay,
And I'm still surprised we only have 9%.
it is.
And the water department does a great job. I've been contacted by quite a few people over the last year that we've called them and let them know that something's going on, so they were able to call a plumber or a caretaker out. So thank you for that.
I will add, don't rely on that, because sometimes it slips through the cracks. I had a property that it slipped through and ran for a day and a half, 2 days or something like that, 100 gallons a minute. But second homeowners, you should all have a shutoff valve
Right.
installed. Shut off your water if you're leaving town. Don't leave your water on, because if depending upon when it happens, it could happen late at night into a weekend, and we don't necessarily get the information on time. And if it's a complete water bust, I don't even know what the maximum capacity of water flow is through a broken 3/4 inch line. So shut off your water when you leave your home for a period of time.
That message was brought to you by.
By experience.
There you go.
There you go.
So I think we need to get Councilor Coughlin to cut a promo for the radio station.
Yes.
There you go.
So the next component of the conservation report is the water audit and the gallons per capita day calculations. So the water audit is a auditing procedure that was developed by the American Water Works Association. It's a international standard for analyzing water usage in a water utility. And so it basically allows us to account for both water usage and losses, and then quantifies those burdens of losses in both apparent and real financial and gallons. So apparent losses are, let's say we had customer meters that were under registering. We're losing theoretical revenue if our meters are only registering 50% of the water that's going through them. So that's an apparent loss of our funding. Real losses are associated with the cost to produce water and it not going to a paying customer. So you can imagine a leak in the road or water being used in production process, so flushing, other things that are associated with water line repair. And then gallons per capita day, we use the New Mexico's Office of the State Engineer. They have a gallons per capita day calculator. And what that is basically looking at gallons for each person in town. So per person gallon usage. It's not saying that an individual person is using that water, but all of our non-revenue water and then also commercial uses are applied evenly across the population. So it's looking at individual people, how much water they use per day. And it's a good metric for us to look at changes over time. It's not a good metric to compare between other utilities. So when you look at our results, don't necessarily grab it and take a look at Albuquerque's or Santa Fe's GPCD and feel that they're comparable. There is some nuances to it that really makes it hard to compare those across. But we can use the GPCD to estimate demands on our system for new development. So if we had a new subdivision come in, we can estimate how many peoples per household we would expect in this development. We can assume this is how many millions of gallons per year it would take to do this development.
And what's that number?
Ours is 140 something.
Per person per day.
Correct.
Seemed pretty high to me. I didn't think it was, our pass was, and I was trying to find that number. I knew we were going to ask that.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to summarize stuff so I wasn't
No,
here
he's
for an hour.
yak.
So it's 145.45 gallons per person per day.
Per person per day?
Yes. And remember, it's not just you and your household drinking water, washing dishes. That's all of our municipal water uses
Restaurants and so forth.
spread across.
Car wash.
Correct.
Mayor, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Eric, I think the state's at like 176.
Yes, ours is still below what would be considered an average water usage in New Mexico.
Yeah, we've always been known to be resourceful and really monitoring the water and low usage comparably, but I still thought it was higher than what it had been.
So if you get into areas where there's a lot more outdoor irrigation, you start getting into, 220, 230 per person per day. But yeah, I think the state's average is 170 to I think 185.
There's some really high usage water people. I'm figuring out what our water is like, God.
And so, the other thing to consider with that is with the gallons per capita day, it's super difficult to calculate it here because there's so many secondary homeowners. And so I've worked with the state and we've devised a meaningful way to calculate it. So I look at all of our households, and if they have 500 gallons of use in a month, I constitute that household active, and then it gets applied to the census populations per household. So if we looked at our tourism over an average of the whole year, I'm estimating our population is, I think, like 11,500, but our census population is 7,900. So it's not exact, but by establishing that benchmark and staying consistent, we can at least compare ourselves internally to see changes year after year. Mm-hmm. And that's why it's a little bit dangerous to compare it to Albuquerque or other communities.
So what's our average use daily? Isn't it like 1.5 million or?
It's right about 1.5 to 2 million gallons per day is our total water consumption. And that is actually, I don't have it per day, but I do have
Because we equated a lot to the treatment plan of what we're treating.
So on the total water supply to the system, so we have had some, the total water has reduced from 750 million gallons to 670. But unfortunately, since fiscal year 2019, we've been increasing in total water supplied. And that was our all-time low, which was 583 million gallons. We've been noticing some larger leaks in the system, and I'll get to some solutions here later in the presentation.
So you attribute that increase to leaks for the most part?
Yes, and the reasoning behind that is, so when we look at our authorized consumption, so this is both authorized consumption that we charge customers for, but we also have authorized consumption that is internally used. So like the water utility pulls water off the distribution system, and we use it to blend chemicals and treat new drinking water. So that water is not billed to the water utility, we just take it back, but we account for it in the audit. We want to account for all of the water use. Or if there's water use for flushing, for firefighting, those are all uses of water that by ordinance we don't charge for. So authorized consumption has stayed relatively consistent over that 6-year period. And so looking at the non-revenue water, so the water that we're not getting money for, we see that non-revenue water has been increasing since 2019. And so we still have made some gains from the 2016 amount, which was 420 million gallons, compared to the 367 million gallons of this current year. But that is up from the 6-year low of 266 million gallons. If we look at the cost of non-revenue water, the difference between 2016 and 2021, and we apply our variable production cost. So that's all the consumable cost of water production. Think about your electricity and gas, your chemical usage. It's not looking at equipment wear and tear, it's not looking at staff, just those consumables. The water utility would be saving around $47,000 per year, which is that slight change in production. But when we were back in 2009, it was a little bit over $100,000. So we still want to try to pursue reducing that non-revenue water to save those variable production costs. And so this is the one slide that I wanted to show that's not in the conservation report. It's kind of a busy graph. Councilor Cornelius and Councilor Eby are familiar with it because I present it to them every month at the utility committee. But this is a graph that shows our total water supplied, our non-revenue water, and our billed. So if you look at the dotted lines, these dotted lines are actual values of what that month is. The steady line is it's taking a look at the 12 months before and it's averaging it, so we can actually try to interpret trends as we go along. And so our audit period is starting here. And so our audit period had a pretty big period of really high non-revenue water and high total water supply. This is some of our highest total water supply values that we've gotten in the time frame. And so I know that there were some larger leaks that were found in the system in some of this time period. But what I really want us to look at is, towards the tail end of this audit period and the couple months after it, you can see this very quick decline in non-revenue water. So the village is trending to the right direction, starting at the tail end of this audit and the first part of this next audit period. And that's also, we have an increase in sales with decreased non-revenue water, and we're decreasing our total water supplied. So all those three indicators are showing that we're going in the right direction now, but that first part of the period was not a good period. Any questions on that? That's a little bit of a confusing graph.
I'm just still surprised at how much non-revenue water that we have that's attributed to total loss.
Yep.
And I guess that's still the aging infrastructure and as much as we've replaced.
Correct.
It would only be worse if we hadn't.
But there's still a lot more to replace.
Yes.
In terms of data validity, the AWWA audit has a validity score that's from 0 to 100. This year, we finally crossed our threshold of 70 out of 100. And the reasoning for that is we started doing testing of the largest demand-side meters. So think of our biggest water customers, hotels, the schools, these real big water users. We went out and we tested their meters to make sure they're accurate, and that put us over that 70 threshold. So once you reach 70, a score of 70 in the validity scores, you're going to start establishing benchmarks. So, you know, it's good for us to look at the past data, but we can't assume that data is super reliable enough to definitively say, like, look, yes, we did change this much. But now we can establish benchmarks with this higher validity and show that, yes, you know, we did this conservation activity and it led to this decrease in our non-revenue water. And so a lot of our conservation efforts in the last 6 years have been about data integrity and making sure that we're collecting the right data so that this audit has meaning. So for our 2020 conservation efforts, we'll be completing the town and country subdivision water line replacements. I didn't have a picture of the water line, so you can look at them replacing the sewer line. But we did, leverage that GeoBond fund to expand the project to include sewer. Right now, we're advertising for the Paradise Canyon lateral replacements, and it was about, I think, 75 service laterals to be replaced. And that project's a critical project area that Adam selected because it's got galvanized steel pipes for these 2-inch laterals that are coming off of the main line. And then it's right next to Cedar Creek. So if there is a leak, oftentimes it won't surface and it will just get into the creek and we can't tell that there's a leak. And then continuing our efforts with the Pine Cliff subdivision, which is going to be our biggest GeoBond project to date, which is 7,700 linear feet of water line replacement. And we did submit an application for the Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Grant for $500,000. And Adam's been continuing to work on the Community Development Block Grant to do another sewer line extension project as part of that water improvement project. And then on our Eagle Creek production, so we'll continue with the Alto Crest treatment plant with a tentative completion date of March 2022. We'll tentatively be finishing the Eagle Creek Wellfield Phase 2 project in February of 2022. And remember, that is the Brown and Fault wells. This picture here is them working on the fault well, cleaning out the borehole after it was reamed out. And then we're going to be starting the Eagle Creek Wellfield Phase 3 design. And that will tentatively be started in December of 2022, or 2021, I'm sorry. And we did apply for a Water Trust Board fund and requested $659,400 for that project, and are hopeful of getting awarded funds for that again. And then our final conservation effort is going to be a leak detection survey. So there's lots of different leak detection equipment that can be used. This picture is a diagram showing a sounding equipment where they can hear a leak coming out of a pipe underground. There's also equipment that attaches to valves or meters that can sense when there's a vibration in the pipe from a leak. So we're looking at putting out a procurement here in November to get several contractors that are able to perform these inspections, leak detection inspections. And we've got a budget available that we're going to try to survey all of town. And so this first year, we'll survey 100% of the town based on an analysis that I did in the last water conservation report, the 2020 conservation report. Once we survey all of town, if we come back and every year survey 20% of the town, so 5-year return interval frequency, we'll get an economic return on that investment for paying for somebody to come out here and do those surveys. So first year, 100%, subsequent years, 20% of town.
Do you know how long that survey would take, or?
I'm expecting that it will probably take a year to complete, with the contractors coming here back and forth throughout the year period. Ron and I did a leak detection, I think it was 2017, that Ron and I did a contract with one. They did about, I think it was about 20% of town, 20 to 25% of town. And I think it took them about 2 weeks solid. So that's something we'll have to work out with the various contractors and set up a schedule.
Okay.
So not the greatest report, but I think we are going in a promising direction, and hopefully next year we'll have some better results, and hopefully with this leak detection we'll catch a lot of these non-surfacing leaks. So do you guys have any other questions?
I don't.
Do you have any idea of what budget it's going to look like for the leak detection company?
So based on the previous contract that we had, I'm expecting that it's about $200,000.
Let's do the whole town, whole village?
Yes.
And you said that would take approximately about a year?
Well, we're gonna have to schedule somebody. Oftentimes it can take months to get these people to come out there. So leak detection companies, there's not a huge amount that do them, and it's kind of a specialized industry. And so you want to get somebody who's qualified, especially if they're using sounding equipment. They need to know exactly what sounds are what in there, because they're going to be next to busy roads, other things. They need to identify what's a leak and what's just the road vibrating because there's heavy traffic. So it can take months to get somebody scheduled. I think the last time it took us 4 months to get somebody out once we got them on the calendar.
Any other questions?
Just one, Mr. Mayor. On that sounding equipment, ultrasound, I think it is that available as an instrument for our road crews? Or is it?
Crawford, Councilor Jackson, yes, we actually do have a budget set aside to purchase leak detection equipment. I'm working with Marty. Marty's going to be scheduling a couple companies to come out and demo their product to us. I still intend for us to do a third-party contract to do a portion of the town, but when we have the equipment in-house, when we identify areas where there might be a leak, we can deploy one of our staff to potentially find the leak locations.
Thank you.
So that'll be more for troubleshooting basis, not for audit purposes.
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Eric, just for clarification, the whole year is for the whole process, but the actual work and boot on the ground with the company, you're probably looking at 10 weeks or so?
Yes, sir.
Tim? Thank you, sir.
Mayor, moving on with the reports. The next report is going to be an update, the next two reports are going to be updates from the parks manager.
And the swimming pool.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to present this information today. From the end of our pool season, we put together some reports that not only for you here today, but we also presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission. We have some recommended projects for maintenance that need to be completed at the pool. And so for our pool budget, they're pretty substantial, so I wanted to present them and review them and get a little direction overall on performing this work at the pool. So the first item up is a resurfacing, a gel coating of the slide. The slide, I can't recall the age of the slide. It has had minor maintenance completed over the years by internally by our Village of Ruidoso staff. We've made minor repairs to the fiberglass painting of those same areas and annual waxing. But as you can see from the pictures included in the presentation, there are several areas where the fiberglass is becoming really thin and is in need of more substantial repair than what we're accustomed to performing. And so staff submitted a scope of work to 3 separate companies. The quotes that came back were varied anywhere from a high of $46,000 to a low of around $29,000. All 3 of the quotes include the preparation of the slide in anticipation of a new gel coat surfacing. That does include the repairing of the fiberglass in those areas. The highest dollar amount quote does include the removal of the center area where we have applied epoxy paint over the years, and the reasoning for that additional cost is for the warranty, because they won't warranty that area for their gel coat adhering to a surface that was not part of the manufactured process.
What did that slide originally cost?
You know what, I'm not sure. Maybe Councilor Salas may have some better
Can't
information.
recall right off, but I think they put it on there in 80 or 81. That's what I recall. But I don't know what the...
I mean, just this epoxy paint's this expensive.
Mr. Mayor, I just had a question about replacement. I mean, you've got a piece of equipment that is, by your estimate, 30 years old or more, and it looks like we're just patching it with no, and I know they have a 5-year warranty, but is it just going to be a continuous cost down the road? Would it not make more sense just to put in a new slide? I mean, it's a big draw, and it's well used.
Yes, it is. It's one of the more popular items at the pool. And I did include some additional information because the questions you pose are very good questions. And so the deeper you get into the pool, the more you realize that there's a lot more, that needs to be addressed. So the next item is what we would like to see happen is a remodel of the pump room. As you can see again in the pictures, it's a pretty substantial project there with pipes running in every which different direction. And so in the last year, we have involved staff from the water department in ways that we haven't utilized them in the past. And with their expertise and their input, they're recommending some change to the way the pipes are plumbed, the change of the materials, the addition of some additional valves for flushing the system that would create efficiency and reduce the amount of rust that is flushed into the pool when we prepare it for opening in the summer. So each year, as we drain the pool, power wash it, resurface it, when you fill the pool, because of the way it's plumbed, there's not a way to flush the system first before you put that first amount of water in there. And so after we do all that work, we're ending up with some very poor quality water in the pool. And so this remodel would also alleviate that. It'll add some additional valves that will allow us to flush not only the PVC or the metal pipes that we wouldn't be able to replace, but it would also allow us to flush the heater, which again will have some scaling and rust in it as well. The number that we have put together is with assistance from the water department. It's for materials only. Our staff, along with the water department, would replumb and refurbish the pump room, not only with the new pipes and valves, but also they're recommending moving from a tablet chlorination system to a liquid chlorination system. The tablet chlorination system, it has just a lot more moving parts. It requires troubleshooting throughout the year. The liquid system is a little more reliable and less moving parts. And you can actually buy it in the larger quantities, where your tablet system has to be refilled on a daily basis. You can get larger
Are there any
quantities of the
safety
liquid
concerns with the liquid over the tablets?
Really? I don't believe so, because it's in the liquid form. It's basically a sealed system. The only time that you're going to have an exposure is whenever you're tapping the barrel, and that's just plugging in the line that you insert into the drum.
Mayor, creating storage issues with liquid, does liquid take more storage space than tablets?
I'm not exactly sure on the storage, but if we were to move towards that, we would cooperate with the water department, and they also have storage area outside of the pool that we could have the totes or the drums.
Mayor Crawford, councilors, on this, and there's been, ongoing conversations that, you can see the cost of operating this facility is getting, high, and, a lot of the equipment that we have is aged and in need of replacement. This facility really hasn't been in any of our master planning, but there's other master plans that have aspects of water parks or pools or facilities in it. And, so we really want to get a good direction of, do we continue to just maintenance this facility, or should we consider replacement? Should we go out to the public and get their input as far as replacement, keeping it where it's at, or relocating, or, so we're needing some kind of guidance on how you'd like to see us address this facility.
When we get here every year, and I was just waiting for one of these guys to ask, I thought we weren't going to be able to open it up last year. The year before, we had a water leak that I don't know we've ever found the leak. Have we?
I think it may have
Plugged
we may have
itself.
Identified some of Eric's.
Some of Eric's report. So I agree with the manager that, this is some of the conversations that we need to, but it's always been, we're not going to have it in time for next year, so we go ahead and repair. And so, but I think.
Band-Aid, I wouldn't call it repair.
Band-Aid it, but I think it's time that we really look at that. And I was wondering if any of the conversations about the White Mountain Sports Complex was going to enter into that realm. But I think you're right, that we should reach out to the community, find out what do they want to do with that pool. Because it could use a total overhaul, but it's congested there, especially in the summer months. So, if there's a better spot, or do we keep preparing? But are we going to have any problems with getting it certified again?
I don't believe so. Each year, we run into very minimal, minor issues with recertification or receiving our permit. I don't foresee any issues with that, but I mean, the pool surface, or the slide surface really needs to be addressed, just because it's becoming a safety issue. You start getting abrasions from sliding down the slide. Whenever you start having the exposures on the fiberglass, you could get cuts. So that really needs to be addressed. But along with the two proposals, I did include a third item, which was I did visit with Pool Pro, which is a company in New Mexico, long-standing company that's been in existence for 30-plus years, built pools all over New Mexico. I reached out to them regarding an evaluation of the pool, because, again, these questions do come up every year, how much longer we can last, and those are just questions that each year I really can't answer. And so, again, I reached out to the owner with the scope, with an initial scope of work that included a site evaluation, to include evaluation of the life expectancy, recommendations for improvements of the current pool, if the pool is indeed have additional years of life expectancy, evaluate the addition of a splash pad in the area, cost estimates for a complete pool replacement of something similar in size, comparison price to build a pool in the same size comparison in Ruidoso, and then provide a presentation in person to the governing body. And he had mentioned that the life expectancy that he would provide in this scope of work would be based upon estimate of other pools that were in similar construction in New Mexico. The price estimate for that evaluation is $7,500 plus gross receipts tax, and it looked like it would take him around 8 weeks to perform an evaluation.
Okay, so what do you need to do? I mean, I think that's what everybody's asking is,
Yes.
look at that, have some direction on what we have.
Right.
And what we would do to improve it, or what. So,
Mayor, my recommendation is we do one of those flash votes that Kerry's been talking about on this. And maybe, if you would appoint a committee to formulate those questions of what they would ask the community.
Okay.
Maybe a couple of members of the council that are familiar with that area, and then that we can do a quick turnaround on a flash vote.
I think there needs to be some education as well, because just saying, do you want a pool,
What do
yes
you
or
want?
no, and what do you want? They don't understand it. I mean, that pool is, what I heard from the 60s? is when it was put in?
65.
65?
That's when it was built.
So it's like way older than me.
oh, yeah.
But it's an old pool, and I've been saying all along, we need to get rid of that pool. We replace it with something different. Going into, you'll have some people that will say, oh, we need swim laps, but nobody participates. That pool is deep, but yet it's not deep enough to have a diving, to have that
High
platform diving that we had. They need to know that basically every year we're wasting, 160, 180,000 gallons of water when we flush it all out and refill it, plus all the evaporation and things like that. But it definitely has a place, it has a need. I know we've talked about possibly doing something in Wingfield Park. There's been something talked about with the master plan at White Mountain as well. Where it is up for discussion, but I think that definitely we need to move forward and evaluate that pool and have some concrete evidence there about how it is. Didn't we remodel that pump room like several years ago?
No, we just replaced some electrical and some motors and.
We redid the filter tank, and we have replaced motors as needed,
Okay.
but not a major
We redid the
remodel.
bathrooms.
Well, the bathroom fiasco, but I remembered something about that pump room. They were in there working about it, and that was, gosh, I lose all track of time.
Couple
now.
years ago.
Yeah,
It was the filter tank.
That was
four.
the other last year. It was going to be in.
That was the other last year. I know. Since COVID, I mean, it's like this whole big void of time.
Well, we're gonna have so much money off this cannabis sales. I think that we just need to start building a new one.
Oh, I heard we were had a donor. We were gonna put at the Lynn Crawford Memorial Pool.
There you go. Is he dead yet?
Not yet. When he writes that check, he might be.
when you come up with, because obviously we're going to have to paint, gel coat, whatever, do you have the money in your budget, or are we going to be looking at Judy to tell us in our general fund where we're at, or what?
It would be an additional funding request because we do not have the funding in our operating line items. We don't have the funding available for the pool evaluation or the remodel or the slide resurfacing.
So you're gonna need at least 50,000 somewhere.
At least, at a minimum, we would need to repair the slide. The pump room can continue to operate the way it has. It's just gonna create efficiency in the operation, in the pump room, and which should lead to some level of a better water chemistry, because it'll create a more efficient system for the filtration system.
So on this pump room, you said that the 16.6 does not include labor costs. You talked about the water department. Were you planning on most of it being in-house with
Yes.
Parks Department and water?
Yes, sir.
So Rodney, what is the time frame to redo the pump room for that pump room remodel?
I'm not sure of the.
2 months?
I would think if we had the time to work on it, and it's really not park staff time, it's water department staff is where we would be really relying upon.
Because I'm wondering if, do we, as much as I hate putting Band-Aids on that thing, but that slide is horrible. We're going to have some liability issues, I think, with that. Go ahead and get started on that slide, do the evaluation, which the final report can be done by the end of December, and then that gives us the beginning part of 2022 to remodel the pump room if we decide that's appropriate at that point. Because you don't kick that thing up until, what, May?
Right.
Yeah.
Early part of May.
Early part of May.
Well, do you guys want to have him research this and bring it back, or it sounds like something we're all in favor of, we got to get it done, and that's under your purview, the 60,000, that you could just get that put together, on when, where, and how much that we can get done, and then identify our funding sources, and if it's something that lodger's tax would be willing to participate in, or where it's going to come from, but I don't know that it needs to come back to council.
Well, Councilor Jackson was making the suggestion of looking into a new slide, just to see what the cost would be.
Well, I'm wondering if it's that expensive that a new slide's going to be,
That's expensive.
And do you put lipstick on a pig?
all the time.
Yeah.
I would kind of like to see the evaluation before if we're going to get the one last year out of it, I don't want to put a new slide on it.
Yes, I agree with you.
If we're going to get 10 years out of it, it's probably a good suggestion.
So we'll do the PIO, get out the survey, Flash Monkey or whatever it is, and we'll need to formulate some questions. So I know that you're a frequent participant out there.
And I could tell you from all the parents and grandparents that go there, the question is, when are we getting a new pool? I mean, pretty much every year, and they're happy with what they got, but I'm glad Rodney brought this up, and I could give a history lesson on that, but this isn't the time of the pool, and it comes up with new rec center, indoor pool on GO bonding, but every time it's voted down by the voters. So I don't know if it's just time to not have the recreation center part of it and just in the questions, but you want a recreation center separate or by itself, a pool, what is your priority, or that being combined is what I was thinking. And I would almost say people want a pool, a leisure pool. Let's get that straight. A leisure pool where it is, family oriented, and then maybe a separate area for some lap lanes. We proposed that before, and a lot of people like that versus having a 50-meter pool that was pushed in 2000. And that's where a lot of people were like, well, we won't swim that many laps, or, we won't have that much use of it. But anyway, that's what I would see in the questions as far as the combination of both the rec center and an aquatic center, or just an aquatic center. And again, leisure pool Because
Well,
that,
Seems like more and more stuff is moving towards the water park, the water
yes, and
features and
that's
splash pad
basically
type stuff.
the leisure
Yeah,
part
yeah.
of it. And lodger's tax go on that, because I sold that way back in there. That wouldn't it be nice that you had a really irate customer or dissatisfied customer, and you give them a pass to the leisure pool, they get on the lazy river that loops around there and all the apparatus that's there, bubblers for the toddlers. I mean, it's a good concept to have there. But once again, I could say we do have a lap lane pool at the rack, but you could still have a 25 meter lap lane, which is a separate pool, within that complex facility.
Or the lap area is just open during certain hours,
Right.
mornings or something like that. So, Rodney, with the resurfacing of the slide, I'm assuming there's temperature considerations as far as that goes?
Yes, sir.
So are they are we losing that window to be able to get it done soon?
I'm not certain of the weather requirements for that. I would imagine so, but it's still something that we would,
So it's probably spring.
typically we start working on the pool in around the beginning of March.
So it's done in situ right there.
I'm
They
sorry.
don't break it down and take
Yes.
it, they do it right there.
That's correct.
But I think what we're talking about is timing issue, $7,500
Now,
now.
7,500 now.
And then
We'll
get
get that
the
by the
Survey
end of the year.
Monkey, which it gets complicated when we're giving folks choices. So it's going to take some thought
Right.
on how to develop it and how do we roll it out. So, but he needs to go ahead and get started on the survey now. And then we need to find out if you can get us a quote, which should not take very long, on a new slide as opposed to a resurface job. And then we'll just have to concentrate. We'll get our PIO marketing team together and Counselor Salas. And if you can come up with some other folks, on the, and wish lists are good things, but we always need that term in there, how are we going to pay for it? So-
Right,
You
right.
need some numbers attached and what it's going to do to their property tax if you pick
You gotta
the
give them some funding
full-blown rec
options
center.
depending upon what's actually.
Okay.
Rodney, I have a question though. What is the pool capacity right now? And as you being with the Parks and Rec Department and the pool for many years, what would you feel was ideally be the capacity of a pool now that Ruidoso would need?
That's really hard to say. Our current pool capacity is around like 125. And it may have increased by 15 or 20 because it does include the entire deck space, which we added some additional deck space in the past few years. But I mean, we see a variety of users. There are a lot of locals, but around the weekends, we do see a lot of visitors. So that capacity of what we need, I think that'd be a good question to include in the evaluation of the pool. I really think, how the mayor and Councilor Salas have mentioned, if you get into the addition of a water park, I think we would see an increased demand, not only from our locals, but from our visitors as well. The slide is one of the really biggest attractions to that pool.
But if I may add to that, Rod, the capacity is the permitted amount that the state would issue, 120, 117 for the big pool and whatever the difference for the baby pool. But we have such a turnover that, 120 kids in swim lessons in the morning, probably 20 of them come back and swim that day. And then Boys and Girls Club, when they used to come, and what I remember calculating back then, it was probably about 200 to 300 patrons that would come in through the door to participate or use the facility. But that's a good question to ask to find out what we need here, or this survey would answer that, just looking at population. But I agree, we were always at capacity when we were opening at noon. By 12:45 on a Saturday, we were at capacity for 2 hours, and people will wait 2 hours to get in there.
That was my point, is that you have to turn people away.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they'll always be there.
Yeah, that was the point I was getting at, is what would a capacity be that would be, let's just say, an increase in what you feel that, through past history, that might be needed.
Right.
And we do keep daily attendance, and so we can provide that to the company who's doing that evaluation. And we do turn people away, not only for daily swim, but even for lessons. I can't recall the number of lessons we offer each year, but we offer from toddlers all the way up to our like junior lifeguards, which is around 12 and 13 years of age. And we start lessons the second week after we open, all the way up until the last week that the pool is open, and we fill every class. And we turn
They fill up
people away.
really quick, and a lot of people complain because they weren't able to get in there.
That's right.
Okay, so you know what you need?
Yes, sir.
You know what to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you want,
I'll work with them to get the money appropriated and get the studies moving.
and get it moving, and we'll work hard to massage in the questions, get it what we need. Then we'll move on to item number 6, the Christmas in the Park 2021, Christmas in the Park. I'm speaking for the manager because I can see him sucking on his tooth over there.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. I wanted to update you on some of the plans that we have for the upcoming Christmas season, and then discuss the moving of Christmas in the Park. So to begin with, our staff has been out in the field working for several weeks. We've been putting in electricity in Wingfield Park, additional electricity. They've been hanging decorations and trees. They have a lift in the park this week. The Midtown light poles will be decorated the week of Thanksgiving.
Awesome.
We will have the Christmas in the park is scheduled for Thursday, December 2nd from 6 to 8 p.m. We'll be participating in the Festival of Lights Parade. The Parks and Rec Department will be having a float, as well as we co-host the after party in Wingfield Park. New this year is, as you can probably recall, last year we had a laser light show. We had two shows. This year we're looking at bringing in a drone show. So I'll have a total of 160 drones and 4 different shows on that one night. So it has different animated.
Kind of like the Sochi Olympics in Ruidoso. Awesome. So you're still going to do it over here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then, of course, after the Christmas in the Park and Festival of Lights, we'll have the Trail of Lights in Wingfield Park so people can walk through. There'll be multiple photo opportunities on, so the night of December 4th of the Festival of Lights Parade, we'll also have carolers in the park that night, as well as we will be selling hot chocolate and having carolers in the park on the weekends of December 10th and 11th on that Friday and Saturday, as well as the 17th and 18th. So the question I wanted to pose to you all today was, the Christmas in the Park has been held in Schoolhouse Park for, I forget the number of years, for many years. And with the substantial investment that the village has made in Wingfield Park, in the last 2 years alone, we will have invested over $100,000 in new decorations, not to mention the improvements to the park itself, and with the addition of electricity. Park staff was interested in moving the location, but due to the, that it's really a community event. That event is for the community. It's not really geared for visitors. And so we wanted to see how, if y'all would be open to changing the location of that Christmas in the Park.
I mean,
event.
just with the horse carriage, that's always real popular with the kids, and they've had the little train there before. I think Wingfield's much better suited for it.
I completely agree. I mean, Wingfield Park last year with all the setup, and I'm just thinking about how packed it is over at Schoolhouse Park, where they're trying to get people out of the parking lot for the horses to come through. I think Wingfield Park will give you so much more space to do things. There's a few logistical things that you're going to have to work out.
Like Santa Claus tent?
Like,
We need to listen to Santa Claus.
and then you also have the meal that was a tradition that probably can't be accomplished, but a few minor things, but I think the overall experience at Wingfield Park will be like 1,000 times better.
We can do the meal outside.
I just know a lot of people enjoyed Wingfield Park last year, going through the walking in there and stuff and having that, which I agree that, you know, we've outgrown Schoolhouse Park. Again, y'all up for a history lesson? That one's been there for about 30 years now. In '93, we started at Schoolhouse. Before that was at the Y. And, I mean, that's going back to 83, 84 Christmas. But as we keep progressing, I think Wingfield Park, after seeing it last year, seeing that and the reviews, I think the event will be excellent right there.
We have that new parking lot, the
And the
additional
new park,
bathroom.
yeah.
We
So-
can still utilize that other parking
So it's
to
just
bring
working
people
out
into
those-
Midtown.
Those small things of,
But the stores will all be closed.
Oh, the stores will all be closed because they don't have any workers. You guys got to get on that workforce housing. Okay, I think that's a great idea. So
so yes, Rod,
Set up some
Christmas
tents.
in the park at Wingfield Park, or that's what I say.
I agree.
I agree.
So that doesn't even have to have an official vote, but
No,
we like your,
I did.
okay,
I
thank
just
you.
wanted to ask Counselor Letterman, she's kind of quiet up there. Are you okay with that, Counselor?
Yeah, I love that.
All right, great.
But Schoolhouse Park has been way before the 80s. It's in the 60s.
Well, y'all can have your history fight later. We're going to move on.
Mayor,
Thank you, Rod.
just under the manager's report, one of the things I do want to point out is December 9th is when we're having the meet and greet for all the committees. So I just want to remind everybody of that.
And y'all hopefully can all be there.
I'm out of town that week.
Ron,
Hopefully the rest of y'all can all be there.
Ron's been in contact with you, you know, on some special meetings that we're going to be needing.
yes.
We're making progress on some of the affordable housing, and we got some project participation agreements that we're working through that are going to go to the Workforce Housing Board and then come to you all as a recommendation. So we're hoping to get that moving here in the next month and a half or so. In addition to that, on the courts, the magistrate courts, we have worked out the additional lease agreement, so we're ready to bring that to you. The contractor has gone out for pricing, so we do have the solid pricing amounts, and we have worked through or Judy's worked through the funding, and we have those documents ready for you all to take a look at and get ready to act on. It is through an ordinance, so we have to schedule that and make sure we're doing the proper publications or whatnot. So both those projects are moving forward. On November 30th, we have the legislative requests that are due, so we're going to be scheduling some meetings with our legislators, and we'll notify you if anybody wants to attend those. We can present our top 5, is it 5 items that we're going to be presenting, Ron? Yep. Top 5. And the Village Hall project is pretty much complete. They're just doing some last-minute cleaning. Our furniture, new furniture should be coming in about December 4th. And then we're planning a re-grand opening in early January is what we're proposing. There's a lot more covered in the manager's report. If you have any questions, I'll stand for questions.
Missed the deadline by that much.
I do have a question, Mayor. Just to re-jog my memory, under the short-term rentals, the October 20th, 21st monthly stats, the third item, 2,748 removed advertisements on the web. Remind me what that consists of, or?
Sam will come up here and do it, but I think it has a lot to do with real estate being bought, sold, moved around. So
People taking ads off.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. That statistic is showing that way because each individual property posts on multiple platforms throughout the internet. Some can, we've seen them have over 10 listing sites, and so whenever they remove them and kind of simplify their listing, then they're removed. And so the unique property code is tied to their permit, and so with that, we're able to identify what platforms they're listing on.
Okay. So it had absolutely nothing to do with what I said.
Yeah.
So are we having, a lot of them that are sold, are they re-registering automatically?
They are, so we've been capturing those, and we can, we're typically notified because we have to update on our end the new owner on their permit, so.
Okay, very good.
And are we still notifying neighbors
Yes, absolutely, within 200 feet.
within 200 feet? That one I talked to you about, I've never gotten a notice, so I don't know if they've actually,
They're in the process.
they're still in the process? Jeez, they're still renting it out.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, almost every weekend. Yeah.
I don't think that that one's been permitted, but as soon as their permit is finalized, then at that point, we send the mailing, because
Okay.
they have to pay a fee with the permit, and
Right.
so they incur that cost.
So do we go back on these people that take their time to get registered? Do we go back and get,
Typically, no.
because they've been renting it out for a long time.
Mayor, you know, on that, we've been hovering right about 1,000 permits, and it's been going up and down. You know, there was a period of time, you know, I think it was in August, where we actually dropped down to 800 and some, but then they came back on the market. So this month alone, it looks like they permitted an additional 25.
Okay, really good.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of the manager?
The only thing in the newsletter, can we get the mayor's picture changed?
Yes, could we please?
Every time I see that, it's
He
like,
looks like a banker,
Yeah.
very austere.
Okay, we're gonna get that
he
sucker
needs to
changed.
hold a little sign up with the numbers on it.
All right, yeah, Bozo the Clown look. We're gonna get it sucker changed.
If you have any other questions, Mayor or Councilors, feel free to give me a call or staff a call, and we'll get you the answers.
Okay, so we'll move on to reports. Thank you, Manager Dodge. Reports from municipal officials. And we'll start with the Mr. Jackson, who has been to the Netherlands, New York,
I went to the dark side.
and you're back. So do you have anything to report?
Just a few things. I wanted to shout out to both the police and fire departments for honoring Simon at Albertsons.
Nice.
That was great.
Simon is a neat guy. My kids grew up with him as well, and they always get a kick out of seeing him. And I've never seen him without a smile. The other day, I even saw him as a checker. I was surprised. Veterans Day on Thursday, shout out for that. I know it was in our invocation. I appreciated that. Rifle, always remembering those who've given their best and some the ultimate sacrifice. The last one was on the water conservation on that metering system. I've been called twice on it, and I have to say that that metering system is finite. I mean, one time I was watching the meter as we were trying to sort it, and someone just inside the house flushed the commode, and it started spinning, and I thought, man, you know, just a few gallons. And then the other one I got called out for was a little faucet that wasn't completely turned off, and they were talking about the ideas of it running 24 hours a day. Well, even with my prostate, I'm not up that much, but but anyway, I think it's a great system, and I think it'll continue to serve us well. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Eby?
Oh, you jumped.
Yeah, it was,
Well, definitely, you know, all the good work that everybody's doing here as far as the village staff, the administration, and all the employees, and then also recognizing the veterans that do fight to keep our country free, and their ultimate sacrifices that many of them have given. To kudos to the Gold Star mothers and fathers out there. And also touching a little bit on the community policing there, I did go for a ride along with, his first name Randy, Ike Inger, for that ride along, and he was the gentleman, the officer that initiated that recognition of Simon at Albertsons. So when he picked me up at 7, he talked about that, and I told him where his parents worked, near the shop, and his initiation to go down to Sephora's and get a basket of goodies to recognize, and also down to Pizza Hut to get gift certificate for Simon. And they were all excited. We went over and talked with his parents, and they were all excited too. They made it over there. So that was just a good example of community policing. And then going to the Citizens Academy that evening with DC Tyron Hill, he did the presentation that night, and that was basically on social media and the police department and how that could affect you negatively and positively. And then, of course, going into community policing and watching different videos of community policing in action, and then, of course, the Simon. And that was a good example. So hats off to Officer Eichinger and the department and their push from the chief here going in a direction of getting the community involved and having that relationship and fostering it with the community. And in the long run, it's going to be a very positive for the community and for the police department. And listening to the one gentleman who came down here from Albuquerque, it's a totally different world down here. He says that up in Albuquerque, you have no backing from anybody, whether it be your elected officials or within the department, and that there are just so many people up there, officers that are really actively searching to relocate. So we're very fortunate to have the PD that we have, and also the fire department and the first responders that we do, and they'll do an excellent job. So thank you very much, Mayor.
So you're the graduate of the inaugural class?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Tomorrow we will go through the crime scene. So I don't know which part I'm going to play. Hopefully not the victim.
Victim.
But then after that, then will be graduation. So we do have one more.
All right.
Well, they still have to run the background checks, though.
Yeah.
I'll pass that.
Councilor Lutterman?
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I've got a couple of things. I've got, Keep It So Beautiful had their big cleanup on October 17th. We had 87 participants, cleaned approximately 4 miles of roadway and picked up 124 bags or 2,480 pounds of trash.
Wow.
We had 22 participants that were with the youth groups. One was Riddles High School Student Council. The other was a New Mexico NMSU Kowaleric Outlaws 4-H Club. And they received $220 for their clubs for picking up trash, which is a great way to make money for the kids and be of service to their community. Our sponsors were Albertsons Thriftway, Ridosa Tube and Tow, Boys and Girls Club, Pirelli Lock Shop, and Alicia Pirelli. Mayor, you have a great Keep Ridosa Beautiful board. Jim Russ is your chairman, and then Kelly Hall, who is a longtime member, Alicia Anela, Sam Pirelli, and Pam Jenkins. Those board members on October 23rd, as well as yours truly, picked up trash on our Adopt a Mile. We have adopted a mile from Starbucks to Title Company and back, and we picked up 15 bags of trash. So the month of October, we did a nice job of picking up trash, I think, almost 140 bags of trash. Your library board is also a very good working board. The Tim Lewis is the chairperson, and then you have James Pollock, who is a longtime member, Sarah Ames Brown, Leroy Smith, Aaliyah Miles, Julianne Lamb, and Maria Gutierrez. And they've been working diligently to get the word out that the library is open again, and we also have children's programs. The board works very well, and Diane Staub is doing a really good job. She listens to everybody. She listens to their ideas, and then she quickly implements things that we can do immediately. Diane also shared with the board that the Institute of Museum and Library Services released a report on the social well-being impacts of the nation's libraries and museums for 2021. Based on that report and the chart that was given to Diane and that she shared with us, the IMLS criteria, Lincoln County has one of the most elevated levels of library presence and usage among counties of similar geographic scale. So, I believe this is a real feather in our hats, and it should be celebrated. And I really appreciate Diane and her staff for the work that they do. One of the ideas that the board members were coming up with, maybe Mayor, you could, we'll get something out to you, and you could talk just a little bit on your show on a Monday morning. Keep the library visible to the community, and that's pretty much what I have.
Well, thank you. Very informative.
Very good.
Appreciate it. Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Thank you, sir. And yes, I ditto Susan as far as the library. Denise, I've been getting a lot of compliments on the operations in here stuff. So great job there. And I just want to remind everybody that, Veterans Day is 11/11, and Village Hall will be closed, as well as some of the other departments. However, I'm very happy to say that our senior center will be having a flag raising event starting at 10:30 on Thursday, and then following with a lunch after that ceremony. I don't know the agenda of that. I just saw that posting, and I appreciate they're coming in to do that. I think it's done by the RSVP program that are doing that part there. Again, thank you for the information that we received in the manager's report, snow removal, the water, everything that was discussed was very valid and important that we keep mentioning these types of things here and there. So, but that's it. Just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving if I don't see you guys by then.
Okay, thanks, sir. Yes, sir. You're next.
Boy. So as usual, we have lots of projects going. I guess tomorrow morning we'll get our update on all of our capital projects. But things are rolling along there. And Samantha had Chapter 54 committee meet. That's going to be a long, semi-tedious process, but after not updating land use for probably a few decades, it's past due, and hopefully this will fix some problems. And also the Planning and Zoning Commission gave a conditional use to a company on the property we own over on Meacham to allow them to build some workforce housing. It's not quite a done deal yet, but that was the first positive step. So hopefully that'll move forward.
Dave,
Thank you.
I hope you're right.
Well,
Tim Talk-A-Lot, you're up.
Tim Tuckler, save me for last. Okay, now it's time to use the restroom if you gotta go. But speaking about workforce housing, I got invited to participate in a group of local community partners and state partners as well to discuss the childcare needs within our community from birth through high school. And that was one of the big things that came up as workforce housing, being able to have a place where, it's this catch-22. There's a lot of people that have needs for childcare so that they can work, but then the childcare providers have needs for staff that have no place to live. So it's this vicious cycle that's going on there. So when we talk about workforce housing, it is definitely a cycle. It's not just one thing. It really wraps around our community over and over again. So I don't know if I've said it before, but I heard DC Hill is in charge of the police department's Facebook page, and kudos to him. He's doing an excellent job bringing some comedy and some lightheartedness to that page and really getting out good information. I haven't seen anything as far as a Facebook page from the fire department, but maybe the DC there can take on that, have a challenge between his brother-in-law.
ACDC.
ACDC. Oh, that's right. AC and DC. Okay, ACDC. During this last month, I've had a few interactions, not personally, with the police department. One was I was involved with a kind of trying to calm some dispute between some parents and the police department. Came out and dealt with them, and the officers that came out were totally professional, calmed everything down, handled it, and that's what I'm seeing more and more from our police department is handling this kind of stuff. At the Boys and Girls Club, since our last council meeting, the police department came by, did a presentation for the kids. We had a number of kids that are all going, I want to be a police officer. Well, then the fire department came and did their presentation. So now I'm not sure, exactly how many want to be cops and how many want to be firefighters, but I think there's some possibility of a few there. And it's great when we're getting these groups, these organizations out into the community, especially, believe it or not, there are people that, when we had the freeze, I rode with the fire department. We were riding through a certain neighborhood, which I won't say where, and, I was in the fire truck with all the firefighters waving at the kids, and people would come out and say, get in the house, don't wave at them. And it's like, there's this stigma among some people, and they're just out there to serve the community, and when you get to know them, especially, sometimes seeing somebody in uniform can be a little bit intimidating, but behind that is a person. And pretty much everybody that we hire are great people, and need to get to know the people. And, in general, I wish people would do that more frequently, get to know the people, stop making accusations, calling names and all that other stuff, and be civil. We need to get back to a point where we can disagree like the council here, but yet we can move forward. I've also, one last thing, is I've had an opportunity to sit in on the City of Roswell's Legal Services Committee while they've been going through their cannabis stuff. And so I will say that they make a bigger deal out of stuff than we do here. But they're, seeing how they're handling some of that stuff and reading through our stuff is interesting. So, and I'm surprised there's not more people here for the public hearing regarding the cannabis, but we'll see how that goes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your updates on Facebook too and letting people know what's going on.
Facebook is a great place to get some good information and some horrible information.
And some arguments. Yes.
Oh, yeah, some definite arguments.
And before we move on to that ordinance you're talking about, Chief, can you give us a quick update, please, Chief Chavez, on our officers that were injured, or that were in the little issues that we had with some folks?
A couple weeks ago, Halloween weekend, actually, we had a little bit of some rowdy events that happened within our community. We had a couple of officers. One of them got spit in the face, got into his eyes, so now he's having to go through the battery of tests to make sure that he doesn't have any STDs, or, they test for everything, so it takes a little while before all those results come back. And then the very next day, we had an officer during an arrest. He got kicked in the chest. Both of them are back to work and doing fine, so everything was good.
All right, thank you, Chief. All right, we'll move on to public hearings. Item number 1 is ordinance 2021-05, an ordinance to enact comprehensive zoning and other regulations for cannabis, including cannabis establishments, other cannabis businesses, production of cannabis and cannabis products, and amending State Statute 54-31 definitions to add and delete cannabis-related definitions. Yes, ma'am, Samantha.
Thank you, councilors. Mayor, this ordinance has come about with the new Cannabis Regulation Act that was enacted this summer. This has been a long time coming. We've done public outreach. We've had stakeholders weigh in on this. We have had a few public hearings during the Planning Commission. And this, after receiving guidance from the Superintendent Trujillo with regulation and licensing, and also from the Municipal League Director, this is what we have put together. Zach and I have worked on this, and basically, where retail was allowed, we plugged in the retail sale of cannabis, and so forth. And so we went throughout the code, and where that use was already existing, we plugged in this product to be able to be manufactured or produced, tested. Courier was something that we were thinking is more along the lines of transportation, but our code doesn't exactly define transportation, maybe because we don't have a lot of public transportation or bus yards or operations of that nature. Consumption was plugged into where bars and nightclubs were allowed in the code. And that was guidance recommended to help the village avoid any, try to, potential litigation in the future. This morning, I was in our zoning conference, and the superintendent made mention that they are no longer going to be requiring zoning certificates from the applicants, that they will go ahead and process their permit without a local zoning certificate. So they took that out as the first step. The only license that they issue that will be requiring a zoning certificate is the producer, and that is because of the water rights. A lot of people have been wanting to start growing their cannabis and have needed to be able to demonstrate that they have water rights. And one thing that the superintendent did mention today is that if they were trucking in water to the site, that was going to be an acceptable method. So there were some things that I learned this morning that hadn't come about before. I'm not sure if you all are aware, but they are not limiting the number of licenses that they are distributing. As long as you meet the requirements, you will receive a license and pay the fee. Some communities in their ordinances were stating that they were limiting density, such as 10 retail shops in the municipality. And so at that point, the state is putting it on the business to do their due diligence upfront and see if the community is maxed out on the number of licenses that are already allowed by their local ordinance. But they would, she stated, go ahead and process the permit. And so then it's going to come back to the locals to address that issue, and if they're maxed out on their ordinance, then that's going to be something that they'll have to address. In this draft that I have presented to you all, there is not a limitation on the number of any of these licenses, and there's not a spacing requirement, just because we've been told time and time again that density is going to be something very subjective, and that we better be able to back up why we place that density restriction. So basically, where it was listed already in the code, that's where these uses have been plugged in with the additional vocabulary that mirrors the Cannabis Regulation Act. And if you all would like, I brought some zoning maps, because I know it's hard to visualize where some of these areas are. So I have several copies if you all would like to look at that. I know the computer can be a little
Well, we can visualize the areas. You're basically talking about Midtown.
Would you like me to go through each zone? I have a cheat sheet here. So for a cannabis producer, I've proposed AR1, which is agricultural residential. There's only one area in town that I could find. It's off of Pikes Peak. It's a very large tract of land. And C4 and industrial 1, and the micro business AR1 and industrial 1 as well. Cannabis manufacturer, C4 and industrial 1, and conditionally I listed it under C2, just because the types of activity that can take place there and the equipment, it would not be suitable in some of these dense areas like some of the plazas that we have on Sutterth and Meacham. I think that it would be, and Michael can explain some of the education he received in the last couple of weeks too, pertaining to manufacturing of cannabis. And so for cannabis retailer, I've listed it as C1, C2, C3, and C4. Cannabis testing laboratory is C1, C4, and industrial 1. Cannabis research, C1, C4, and industrial 1. The courier, like I stated, I could not find it in our code, but I have listed it as industrial 1. Some of these existing licenses that are vertically integrated, like Ultra Health and OSO, Sacred Garden, they're vertically integrated coming over from the Department of Health. And so since they were in good standing, it is my understanding that regulation and licensing is working with them to continue that vertical integrated micro business. So they have many of these license options already in place, but their farm may be, say, in Valencia County, but their shop is here. So we're seeing some of that. And the last one is the cannabis consumption area, which is listed in C2 and C3, and conditionally in C4. So I will stand for any questions that you all may have.
I didn't see anything in there, I may have missed it on delivery or the mobile shops that I've been hearing a lot about.
The courier is listed in industrial 1.
For delivery too.
But is my understanding that the retail shops that we have here for our medical patients already deliver. So if that is a standalone business, that's different, but the existing retail shops are delivering currently.
Well, to homes.
I'm not
I
sure.
mean, we're not like food trucks. They're not pulling up, we're not having an area designated where we're not having that.
So I feel like our existing ordinance would cover that for mobile vending, and we would make them go through that process as far as getting authorized to sell that. So not only would they fall under mobile vending and all of those requirements, they would actually have to demonstrate that they fit the zone for cannabis as well.
Okay?
You need to open the public hearing.
Yeah, I was just asking, does anybody else have any questions over?
On the density, you did say that it was suggested that the municipalities get a handle on their density as far as the ordinance goes, but also that you're subject to lawsuits when you try to apply or set a density for a certain area. So with that being said, I see that you all didn't address the density in the drafting of this ordinance unless there's somewhere that I'm not aware of. So in that, because density is, in my mind, is subjective to, I might think it's 3, you might think it's 6. So that is always going to be. So my question is, should we address that density or just leave it wide open? And the other issue I have is with the consumption areas, is that, and Zach might be able to answer a little bit on this, is I don't think that there should be any type of a mixture anyway of alcohol and the consumption of this in the same establishments. So is there anything in the drafting of the rules and regulations that have come forward out from the state that would address that, or is that something that we would need to try to address on a local level before they even address it? Because if there's nothing in there to speak or to just say, answer that question, that it is or isn't allowed in the same premises or same area, it's not?
No.
Okay, it's not, then let's just say that you're not going to have these establishments go and serve both, which I think would be definitely a negative effect, because I think you're just asking for trouble when you mix the consumption of alcohol and the product of cannabis at the same time. So that's just a question that I would have on that. And you have the C3 Midtown District, and that's basically where all your bars are. So that would be a big question as far as I'm concerned, as far as the consumption areas. Yeah, granted, there are restaurants and such that serve alcohol, but I don't think they're going to be turning it into a consumption area.
Well, but we've talked about cannabis-infused foods. And so if you have a restaurant who's infusing cannabis into their menu, and they happen to have a beer and wine license or a straight alcohol license, you're mixing it at that point.
Well, then you're not going to allow children to that establishment.
Right.
So everyone's going to have to leave their kids at home if you're going to have a restaurant.
Yes, consumption lounges are limited. Their rules specify you must be 21 years or older to enter a consumption area.
Okay, any more comments before we ask anybody in the audience?
Mayor, if I may, I believe that issue's covered in the licensing and permitting, and it's not within our purview.
Okay. All right.
One more question. Have we considered a temporary or special event permit for cannabis-type activities? I had mentioned City of Roswell, and that's one of the things they added, because they're thinking towards the future, is maybe you have like we have the Tattoo Expo coming to town, maybe there's a Cannabis Expo coming, and some sort of special event permit available for those people that want to do that type of activity.
At this time, RLD has not made mention of a special event such as like a picnic license that they get for liquor. So I have not taken it that far. That is smart, forward-thinking of them. I have seen special events already that were held in Roswell based around cannabis, and they even had different types of competition for growers, and so that is already something in the works. But of course, they have the caveat that you need to show your medical card if you're.
So it may not be covered in licensing, but if you're, if we're saying that you have to have, within certain zoning designations, so I don't know what the zoning is on the convention center, but if you're going to be coming in there and you're not setting up shop permanently, it's just for a short period of time, it seems to me like we would want to have some type of, and it, like I said, I don't think it has anything, in my opinion, to do with licensing, but we want to cover those types of events. There could be something at Wingfield Park, there could be something at the convention center, who knows? I mean, we've had so many discussions at home about this, and it's like, what was it like back in the days ending Prohibition when they started allowing liquor again? That's kind of where we're at, in that we just don't know. But we really need to think forward to not get people stuck in any kind of little issue there where it's kind of vague, and then all of a sudden they come in and shut them down and do whatever happens.
I agree, Councilor Coughlin. We need to update our special events section of the village code, as well as potentially our ordinance for the convention center to address these types of issues. There's other sections of the village code that need updating as well when it comes to cannabis, and so I think in the near future, those departments that oversee, such as the police department, will need to update our village code.
Because Tommy Chong wants to have one here in May, so you know.
Does he really?
Well, he's tried it a couple of times.
Well,
So we'll open it up to the public. If anybody wants to speak, they can come up and just tell us your name. If you have any questions, comments,
Doesn't Zach have to swear him in?
Now's the
Oh,
time,
Zach,
folks.
you need to swear them in?
No.
No, this is just a public comment.
Oh, okay.
Now's the
there's
time. Speaker, forever hold your peace.
Man, come on up. I mean, we know most of the folks in here, but if you want to say something, just
I believe there's something in there about no public.
Just right there, there's a microphone,
And it doesn't
so you can sit right there and
but
So,
it's just.
just tell us your name. Go ahead.
my name is Victoria Bruce, and I'm with Brian's Green Care.
Logan McElroy with Brian's Green Care.
Oh, I know I'd seen you guys before. I bought a lot of stuff from Brian's Green Care.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, we just wanted to thank you guys, first of all, for actually coming through with clear and concise ordinance that makes a lot of sense and is something that I think most of us in the cannabis business and community will get behind. And personally, we agree with. So thank you guys, because as a vertically integrated business, we've dealt with some of the other city ordinances that are not so clear and concise, to be nice about it.
Well, this whole thing's not very clear and concise, and that's one thing that we've been working on for several years now, so.
Well, we thank you for your due diligence.
Okay, you bet.
And then I just wanted to ask counselors and Mr. Mayor, if this is not going to be voted on today, or when would or will it be voted on today?
Yeah, we're going to call for it after we get all the public input, and I'll ask the clerk here in a minute if there was anything that was sent in from the public, and then we'll close the public portion of it, and we'll have a vote.
Okay.
Mayor, may I add something? You know, this is as you've seen, it's a changing industry, and the regulations and the way that they're rolling everything out is just changing, and a lot of uncertainties. And our intent is, from the administrative side, is to change as the industry changes. So as things evolve, even like with the events, you know, we're not too sure how that's going to be addressed. So our intent is to continue to adapt and make recommendations to governing body as we move forward.
Well, thank you. We appreciate your evolving outlook on how this is going to be. Obviously, it's something that we'll probably for the next 10 to 15 years be talking about and changing and doing everything until we get it, the way everyone deems it to be okay. So.
And as far as my understanding from the state, we don't know that we're not allowed, as far as we're understanding, that we can't move to retail anywhere, as far as, like, we wouldn't be able to do an event because our place is zoned, like, that's what's approved, like the location that you get, and you're really not allowed to, even if the city allowed it, the state, as of right now, doesn't allow us to move around in retail. We can deliver to a home with a courier license, with a special license, but that's a delivery service. It's different. And the courier license more is to help people transport money and product from city to city, from, and to people's homes. But as far as like setting up a mobile truck and being able, right now, we're not allowed to do that.
So you guys started out in CBDO. That's where I met you.
Right.
And so now you've applied for a retail?
We've applied, we've done a vertically integrated license. We'll have manufacturing process,
In Hobbs is where
our manufacturing facility will be in Hobbs, so we'll just be retailing here in the village. But we'll have multiple locations.
So we've been here for 5 years.
Yeah.
But as you alluded to, the rules seem to change weekly.
And have, I mean, even for CBD, I mean, 5 years ago, we couldn't even really have a normal banking account or
Right.
credit card processing system or anything like that. Well, all of that's changed, as far as on the CBD.
On the
So,
CBD side.
I feel, as, more leniency comes from a federal level, we'll hopefully, get to, have a little bit more leniency as far as that goes as well in our banking and everything else. So.
I've said for a long time that they either need to enforce the laws or take them off the books.
Yeah.
Because it's just this gray area that's confusing a lot of people and restricting business.
All are
Yeah.
done,
Yeah.
I agree.
What do you think the CBDO is analogous to what's going to happen on retail? I'm just asking you guys as professionals, because everybody's selling CBD now.
Right.
I mean, it's, and I think in your cereal anymore, but do you see that everybody's going to go that way, and then eventually it'll be narrowed down to the business people?
I do, and I honestly see the trend more along the lines of how commercial wine is handled, and how, there's local wine vineyards and then there's the massive big ones coming in from other
Commercial.
places. So, I kind of see that being the trend in the market, going forward. So, once again, that'll come down to customer service when you're walking down Midtown, so.
All right. Thank you, guys, for answering the questions.
Since you've applied for a retailer's license, have you also applied for a consumption or at
Not
least
yet,
read that?
no, sir. As far as what we've heard, the consumption, the cost
The
of,
insurance.
the cost of it all is astronomical at this point, and it'll take us a little bit of recovering some funds before we look into that avenue.
All right, well, I just wanted to be clear on the consumption. I don't know if Zach can look up in the licensings, but I'd like to be 100% clear on that as far as that there's, the mixture of the two is prohibited.
Yes, that is definitely in there, and they're not even allowed to, like, you can't even have a shareholder that has a liquor license
Yeah, I
beyond the
believe our
company.
LOD has made it where you can't even have a liquor license and a cannabis license at all.
Like if one of your shareholders is like, diversified and owns other stuff, and they won't be able to be on the license.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. So there's nobody in the audience. Austin, you look like you're wanting to say something? No? No, that was just your eyes talking.
I just want to add that, last week they talked about zoning certs, and then this week they're talking about not issuing zoning certs, so, it's just, it hasn't been a clear path to get this stuff done, but I do commend Samantha for working on this, and
Yeah, and then I know the municipal league's been putting in a little more time to help us with direction too.
Well, I think they rushed it, in my opinion, they rushed it too fast. It's like set forth, figure out how it's going to work and then allow it, instead of, oh yeah, we're going to allow it, now let's try and catch up. Because people like you are scrambling and going, oh, well, we can't do this anymore. We could last week, but here we go. Yes, can't even imagine.
Okay. So now then we'll close the public portion of it, and I want to ask before we do, the clerk, do we have any input? This is your question, isn't it?
Yeah, go ahead, you started it.
Do we have anybody call in, email in?
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, the clerk's office did not receive any public input or public comment concerning ordinance 2021-05.
I don't know, I'm surprised, I'm shocked really.
Mayor, I've got three things that I've noticed in the ordinance that I'd like to ask questions on.
Absolutely.
So, on page 2, it talks about adult daycare facility. So it's a facility other than an occupied residence. Is that straight from the state? Okay. Because I know there were concerns about licensing like in Midtown, and then a residence who happens to be doing daycare would preclude them from being able to do business. So that's the state's definition of that.
That's correct. I have updated the Chapter 54 definitions to reflect the Cannabis Regulation Act, so that we're
Okay.
in line and not conflicting like some of our other definitions.
Okay, on page 4, it talks about they can possess no more than 200 total mature cannabis plants at any one time, but I don't see a definition of what is considered a mature plant.
Once again, those are out of the Cannabis Regulation Act. If you want, I could do some industry research and see how they're defining mature.
Because you're going to have
It's flowering, I mean, these guys can tell you, it's not size or age.
There's two different cycles, there's your flowering cycle and your vegetative cycle. They're only counting what they call their flowering cycle, which would be the last 8 weeks before harvest.
And is that in state statute?
Yes.
Okay. Because I just think this is too vague. In here, it allows, from our standpoint, as far as our ordinance, it allows some subjective decisions being made there as far as what's mature, because there is a growing cycle. So you can have an unlimited number of immature plants, but once they hit the mature, and then where's that cutoff? So we don't end up having code enforcement or police in the future going out and citing somebody when it's not within that definition.
We won't be doing it at all. It'll be just like alcohol.
Well, it's under our code, so it would be code enforcement.
Well, it's in our code.
It's in our code.
It's enforced by that, but still, just all the things I've learned, it's all about the flowering cycle, than anything to do with the size, and it's obvious, and it's all the female plant. So, yeah.
So it is virtually unlimited number of immature plants. That is.
And then through lighting and different things, you can make them go into the adult stage.
The budding is flowering.
Right.
When they're budding.
Right. So would there be an issue with just adding, if that's in the state statute, adding that definition of what a mature plant is into our ordinance?
Yeah, that would not be an issue at all.
Okay. The last question is on page 27. Talks about cannabis cultivation is allowed, and it talks about 300 feet from a school or adult or child daycare center. What about churches? Because that's something that we do with alcohol. They have to be so far away from a church.
They didn't list it in state
It's in
statute.
the state statute,
They ignored that completely.
churches.
Okay, and then on that same page, number C in there, that sentence is like missing something at the end of it. All activities in this use shall be conducted within the fully enclosed portions of a building unless something. Something's missing.
Wall is missing?
Unless a village counselor.
What page was that?
It's
Page 27, and it's under 27 cannabis manufacturer, letter C. Did I stump everybody?
Well, I didn't see that.
I'm not sure where I was going with that.
It just stops. Yeah.
Stops,
Unless what?
I can plug in whatever it is you would like there, but I think unless they have approval though, from RLD, because from what I've read, they need to be an enclosed.
So how would that read then?
Unless approved by
RLD? Pick up.
we would probably, let me look here. We would have to spell out completely what RLD means because it's not in the definitions.
I'll go ahead and spell out New Mexico Regulation Division licensing.
Yeah, only because it's not, otherwise we have to add it into the definitions.
Right.
Okay, that was all my questions.
And so you're going to write in there his change on the previous,
Add in the definition of a mature plant.
27C, and then define a mature plant.
Mayor,
yes, ma'am.
the density in the Midtown District, so does this mean that we're not going to be able to say that from here to here, that we're not going to have any shots for
Correct,
cannabis?
correct.
Okay.
Which we don't have that control with alcohol, correct?
No.
So, and I've always said, just treat it like alcohol.
And I think the market will dictate that anyway.
I'm afraid for people who think this is going to be a gold mine and start pouring a bunch of money in it, and then too much competition, they end up losing a lot, thinking, oh, it's going to be great, we're just going to sell pot. So, but that's the free market. It'll all shake out over time.
I think it'll be mostly tourists, almost all.
Well, I was just in Vegas last week, and my God, it's all over the place, and yeah, I don't know if they have an outdoor consumption available, but.
They're doing it.
Oh, you were walking down the street just going, whoo, man, feeling good. It was.
So you're a convert now?
No, I'm not.
It sounds like a cheap high to me.
No,
Just stay
no.
where you are.
They're doing a lot of things outside Vegas that we're not gonna do. so-
Oh, my God, the showgirls have gone from showgirls to
Show it all, girls.
almost.
Well, the chicken ranch will always.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking on the streets of Vegas. I mean, it's like,
Kicker was they weren't girls.
well, they
Some might have been.
had some really good surgeons if they weren't.
You have anything else to add or detract?
No, I'm good now that we went off topic.
Okay. So we didn't have anything, and so do we have any more discussion on this, or I'd like to entertain a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance 2021-05, an ordinance to enact comprehensive zoning and other regulations for cannabis, including cannabis establishments, other cannabis businesses, production of cannabis, and cannabis products, and amending Statute 5431 with definitions to add and delete cannabis-related definitions, and in addition to that, through today's discussion, to have a clear definition of mature plants as provided in the state statute, and secondarily, page 27, items 27C, to add and to complete the sentence, unless approved by New Mexico Licensing and Regulation Department, and I so move.
Second.
Any final
So
discussion?
well with those.
Roll call, Ron?
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Now we'll move on to item number 2, which I'm surprised there's not more people here. They called me about it. Ordinance 2021-06, an ordinance amending the Village of Ruidoso Land Use Code of Ordinances, Chapter 54, Division 3, to encourage infill in residential zones to help alleviate the current shortage of housing in accordance with the comprehensive plan and other housing documents.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. This ordinance was presented, the recommendation from Councilor Eby, and in working with our attorney, we have drafted this ordinance and presented it to the Planning Commission. Upon their review, they did not feel that it would be appropriate to allow for multifamily in the R1 zone, and so that was actually struck from this ordinance. And they also reduced the number of maximum units that would be recommended in the AR1, which is Agricultural Residential 1 zone, and the Residential Zone 2. However, they left it in the Manufacturer Districts 1 and 2. And with that, we proposed to add multifamily housing on vacant land up to 4 units in AR1 and R2, and 6 maximum units in M1 and M2 by conditional use. So the neighborhood would be analyzed. We would be looking at the impacts to the surrounding properties. We would also ensure that setbacks were met in order to keep the spacing from the next property owner. Some of these would not be achievable because they wouldn't get to that maximum 6 units because of the lot size in general, with needing to meet setbacks and also our height requirement. And so it would be a maximum of these units, but not every vacant lot or lot would be able to accommodate that many units. And it's by conditional use only in an effort to promote infill and increase the number of residential dwellings that we have. This also was presented to our Workforce Housing Board, and they fully supported this ordinance as you all are reading it today.
Okay.
So moving forward on this, just a question on the meters. Would it, like say that, say a fourplex goes in, will that be a single meter or will that be four?
I do not deal with utility billing. I think it's going to come up to whoever the developer is, though, if they, no, you're shaking your head no. Do you know, Tim?
He says there was a question?
Well, Mayor, Joe, I own a duplex and they charge me double. It's on one meter, but I pay a double fee.
About a fourplex, you paid quadruple.
4 times.
I only own a duplex, but
Mayor, council, they can actually do it a couple of different ways. You can have a multifamily on one individual meter and count the units, or depending on how the development is, they can have the separate meters to the dwellings
but it gets charged
per unit.
per unit no matter what, yeah.
Okay. All right. Do we
Mayor?
have, this, the public portion, do we have anybody in the, go ahead, Susan.
Sam, I'm sorry. What did you say infill meant?
So we have
To
separate,
encourage infill?
vacant lots throughout these residential districts that where the zoning kind of changes and they haven't been developed in the past, and so we're just trying to encourage development of these types of lots.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody, I don't see anybody out there. Did anybody write in? Ron?
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, the clerk's office did not receive any public input or public comment regarding ordinance 2021-06.
Okay, is there anybody on, is that YouTube and Zoom that wants to say anything? Raise your hand.
You're gonna have some input when one goes in next door.
Yeah.
Given all the conversations that have been taking place, I'm surprised there's not more people providing input either for or against. I mean,
Just
it's
had a
been,
meeting yesterday.
both of these subjects have been widely talked about.
Okay, I don't see anybody that wants to raise their hand or is talking. So we'll close the public portion and I'll entertain a motion.
All right, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2021-06, an ordinance amending the Village of Ruidoso Land Use Code of Ordinances, Chapter 54, Division 3, to encourage infill in residential zones to help alleviate the current shortage of housing in accordance with the comprehensive plan and other housing planning documents.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor, not discussion, but I just wanted to say that this particular change took a lot of work, and Sam and her group are to be congratulated on bringing it to where we have it today, because before there were several sections of it that were in dispute or undefined, which is even worse. So that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay,
Councilor Eby?
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius?
Aye.
Councilor Coughlin?
Aye.
Councilor Jackson?
Aye.
Councilor Salas?
Aye.
Councilor Letterman?
Aye.
Thank you.
okay, and then it's requested that we take a 10-minute break. So the time is, we'll just call it 3:40. So we'll be back here in 10 minutes.
3:40 because it's easier to figure 10 minutes, is that it?
Yeah. So we'll be back at 3:50.
Those big numbers, well, it has to be 3:49.
You get those odd numbers and it just throws them all off.
Shut up.
Yeah, I'm just flabbergasted that there's been no input.
Secondary
Well,
done.
people call and they fuss and they argue about different things, and then once I start explaining to them what we're doing, they're going,
I
oh,
have a picture of it.
because they're taking Roswell's. They think what's that Roswell's doing, we're doing. They think what,
Roswell's, they're going off on their own.
well, and the meetings I went into, I talked to the attorneys, And they're saying there's gonna be a lot of lawsuits and.
Oh, they're gonna get this is lawsuits.
And-
But they don't care. They're just like, we're doing our thing. They are so divided.
Oh,
Oh, my God.
well, what was her name? Judy
Judy Stubbs.
Stubbs is there. I like her.
Oh, she's nice.
I like her, and she said, while I was there with her, she was getting quite a few phone calls from Jean's.
Oh, she's she gets on Facebook and just rips it. Just calling them stupid idiots. It's like, you're a crap.
She just got elected. She's one of my jockey club members, and she's always very quiet, very subdued, but I've heard stuff about her.
Oh, yeah. If you don't agree with her, oh, yeah. No, she's, and Judy, she's been, I've never had an issue with her.
Hey, let's get her moving. Welcome back, everyone. You ready to go, Ron? Ready to go, Ron? Okay. Item number 1 on regular items, discussion and possible action on agreement with Cutler Repaving, Inc. through the New Mexico.
Your mic's off.
Oh, is my mic off? Thank you. Item number 1, discussion and possible action on agreement with Cutler Repaving, Inc. through the New Mexico statewide price agreement number 90-805-19-16759 for pavement resurfacing and curb line milling on Gavilan Canyon Road, Warrior Drive, and Paradise Canyon Road in the amount of $3,225,278.47, including gross receipts tax.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Is it picking me up? This item here is an agreement with Cutler to go ahead and proceed with us executing a notice to proceed to encumber these funds. We are working in partnership with the county. We'll be the fiscal agent on this. One item that I would like to point out in the contract is the escalation clause. If materials are to, the cost of them increase, then we would obviously have to adjust for that increase, but it's also stating that they're not allowed to tack on any kind of fee for themselves. We would just be paying the cost of the material.
Okay. You know when we'll be getting our share from the county, because we're the responsible party, correct?
Yes, have you heard from county manager Pearson?
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, Tim and I attended a meeting, and where Ira Pearson, the county manager, was there. He said as soon as we knew exactly, we could submit an invoice and they would provide us the funds.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Anybody else? I know we're ready to get moving, and we're still talking about early spring.
Yes, sir.
I find it interesting to have an escalation clause. It's just saying if the product goes up, but we have no way of verifying whether the product goes up or not.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, on that escalation clause, with how volatile the oil prices are, trying to approve and execute this agreement in the work be in, say, early spring, that's the reason for having the escalation clause. Thank you.
As it's going to go.
Well, yeah, but there's just no baseline in there. So they can just say, oh, it went up. Well, how much did it go up? Oh,
Well, it's through the state.
Mayor, Council, we'd be able to look back and see what the current cost of the rejuvenating oil is and the asphalt cost today. And then if it did go up, then we'd be able to, show what those increased oil costs are. And I think that's what Ron was talking about.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, that's correct. And the Department of Transportation also would be assessing the cost also.
Okay. Any other questions for Samantha? Can I get a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, move to approve agreement with Cutler Repaving, Inc. through the New Mexico statewide price agreement number 90-805-19-16759 for pavement resurfacing and curb line milling on Gavilan Canyon Road, Warrior Drive, and Paradise Canyon Road in the amount of $3,225,278.47, including gross receipts tax.
second.
Any final discussion? Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Counselor Lutterman.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, folks.
Mayor, what we can do is we can get those like a base cost right now. And that way we do have that information available.
Because it will go up.
Well, I think oil's going to top 100 a barrel.
I do too.
And if they continue with trying to close down pipelines, it's going to go higher yet.
Yep.
Maybe we should ask them to buy it right away.
Item number 2, discussion of possible action on New Mexico Mutual Aid and Assistance Agreement for the Ruidoso Joint Utility to join the Wastewater Agency Response Network, New Mexico Warren.
Mayor Crawford, councilors, I'm Eric Boyda, the Water Resource Director. As we discussed in the workshop meeting, this is a voluntary agreement for water and wastewater utilities in New Mexico to join. Basically, the agreement sets out rules that govern the request and provisions of the assistance. So it allow both village staff to go to other utilities in the system when they're in need of assistance, or us to request assistance when we need assistance. There's no cost of the agreement, but the agreement does outline how you'd be reimbursed when your assets were either sent to an area or when we receive assets from somewhere else. And at the time of the request, it's strictly voluntary. No member of Warren is required to provide assistance, so we make the decision on whether we're capable of allowing our staff to go elsewhere. And then we can decide to discontinue membership at any time. This agreement process has come out of is part of a larger process that we've done. The American Water Infrastructure Act, Section 218 required the water utility to perform a risk and resilience assessment of the utility, and we've completed that. It basically went through all of our assets and we determined which ones were the most critical, and then we did a threat analysis based on malevolent threats and natural threats. And then from that, we're developing an emergency response plan for the utility specifically that will outline our responses to different threats and disasters, and also establish some mitigation measures to help us prevent damage based on the threats. And so I'd be happy to answer any other questions that you have about this agreement.
I don't have any more. Does anyone else?
Are there going to be more people signing on to this? Is this pretty new? La Luz and Doña Ana County are the closest to us.
So Mayor Crawford, Councilor Cornelius, so since a lot of entities their emergency response plan is due at the end of the year like ours, I envision that there's going to be a lot more membership. This is just the membership that I grabbed off of the website, but right now it's the New Mexico Rural Water and Wastewater Association that's managing Warren, and I think that they've had a significant amount of interest in the last few months.
Good.
Okay, anything else?
Just a question, Eric, is it open to reservations in native lands or no?
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Jackson, it's open to any wastewater system, whether it's private or publicly owned.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we get a motion?
Mr. Mayor, move to approve New Mexico Mutual Aid and Assistance Agreement for the Ruidoso Joint Utility to join the Water Wastewater Agency Response Network, that known as NMWARN.
Second.
Hey, any final discussion? Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, folks. Item number 3, discussion and possible action on tourism director position.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you go ahead and pull that up? So this is a discussion on the addition of a tourism director position for the village of Ruidoso. Historically, it's been a contracted position. The position is vital, as you all know, to the to the village as it's going to promote tourism throughout the U.S. and internationally. This candidate's going to work in collaboration with Team Tourism, the Chamber, Parks and Rec, Lodgers Tax, village executive staff, and also the Convention Center. This position's not budgeted at this time, therefore it would have to be funded by the general fund. However, the 5% admin fee from Lodgers Tax would be enough to offset the salary costs. The tourism director position would be a pay band 85, which is a manager position for us. And the individual would report directly to Manager Dodge. And then just one thing to point out, although it's a manager level position, it will be titled a tourism director position just because that's the industry standard. But it will remain a pay band 85, a manager position, as it's just overseeing the one department.
Any questions?
Going back to the admin of 5%, I was always thought that was set up for our finance department since they were taking care of their books. Are we going to replace that portion going to finance to cover this position?
Mayor, Counselor, as the Lodgers Tax has grown, we're projecting to hit 2.6 million.
Right.
The revenue coming in from the 5% is in excess of the expenditures that we receive in finance. So this is enough to cover the impacts to general fund, including the
Okay.
Anyone else?
And Mayor, you know, one of the things as well that I may add is that the Community Development Department does a lot of the collections and remittance of the Lodgers Tax now that we have that position, the short-term rental position funded. So in addition to the Lodgers Tax fees coming in, the permitting fees on short-term rentals also offset some of those general fund costs.
Okay. Anyone else?
How soon are we looking at adding this position? Like immediately?
As soon as you all.
Find the right person.
We would advertise.
And then advertise it? Okay.
Mayor, Sean, can you cover the pay band again, just because I think there was some discrepancy in what was discussed at the workshop meeting? What's the entry and what's the?
The entry on a pay band 85 is 55,000. The midpoint is 69.7, and the max is 88 on a pay band 85. It's my understanding we're looking to possibly recruit above midpoint so that we can find a highly qualified candidate, experienced candidate.
So just as you may recall, just to remind everybody, when an employee comes in, if they have experience or, you know, other things that they bring to the table, I have the authority to approve up to midpoint. If it goes beyond midpoint, then that's a discussion I have with the mayor. And if it's even, if it would ever go over the pay plan, then we would bring that back to council for approval.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the tourism director position.
Second.
Okay, final discussion? Roll call, please, Ron.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 4 is discussion and possible action on fire pay plan for recruiting and retention purposes. And we have with us today Chief Thetford.
Mayor and council, we recently in May, we approved, you all approved a pay plan for general employees and police. And we realized we really needed to revisit the fire pay plan as it hasn't been addressed in many years. We did so because we want to stay, we want to be able to look attractive and stay competitive with other communities out there. We did do a salary study, which I have up here for you, and we were able to add in Roswell. And the two closest communities to us are Alamogordo and Roswell, at over $13. We're proposing to take our previous pay plan and starting rate at the $11.38 to a base entry rate of $13 for fire. Keep in mind that fire department employees work 2,756 hours in a year, where a typical employee works 2080. They work 2756. They're on 48 hours and off 96. And so this here is you all had asked for some more data. This is the old pay plan here, and this is the proposed. And I will say the copy you all have has a total maximum liability showing $211,000.
Additional.
And we did find one error in here where a lieutenant was stepped up a little too high on the adjustment. So it was $17,000 back in our favor for a total maximum liability of $194,902.82, which you see in the upper right.
Mayor, I'd like to just point out for the record and for clarification, the pay plan was addressed in May with the fire department, and it took into consideration the 4% across all classes. And then it also took into consideration the years of service. So there was an adjustment made in May, just like the other departments, but it wasn't aggressive enough to retain the mid-level employees. And I think that's what this does, is it really brings up the base above, what the minimum wage is going to go towards. And then it also addresses a more aggressive approach at retention in the middle employees. So I just want to provide some clarification that there was some movement made in May, but this is in addition to it with strategy to retain those valuable employees.
Okay.
And on the bottom graph, you have the firefighter scale. And what Manager Dodge is talking about is it's aggressively moving at 5%, 6%, 7%, 8%, to recruit and retain those higher qualified and skilled firefighters. And then it drops down to the 4%, which all of our employees are at the 4%. So it just gives us a little bit more competitive edge there to recruit. When we have individuals coming from other departments wanting to move to Ruidoso, which we have had several. And I think that we feel this bump in the pay will be more attractive. And Chief, if you'd like to.
No, Mayor, Council, thank you. Just going back, last special meeting, we talked about the recruitment, retention, and the personnel that we've lost and that we're trying to hire back. And it's not just about the money, it's about the safety and our community. The years and the time that it takes to get an individual trained up to do the job without having a field training officer, if you will, or having to be with that firefighter is very valuable. So between getting this pay bump, not only do we attract more certified, qualified individuals that can hit the ground running, it helps us to retain them for longer, because once we get a 2, 3, 5, 7 year experienced guy trained up in our department, and we lose them, it takes 5 more years to start over. And we don't have that kind of time after the 12 roughly that we've lost in the last 12 months. So this is a great plan, I feel, for not only the department, the community, and the village, but it's also going to set us up for future certified individuals on bringing them in. And like Cheryl said, we've had a few applicants that wanted to come here, paramedics, fire medics, people that are highly trained, but they were going to lose $8 or $10 an hour just going from a Carlsbad or Roswell, etc. And I feel moving forward, the recruitment is, instead of having 2 or 3 or maybe up to 5 individuals apply for our positions that aren't certified, we're going to get those 3 or 5 or 7 individuals apply now that are certified, which is going to save us a lot of time and money in the village.
Cheryl, those salary studies you got from the neighboring communities, did you ask or get any kind of feel for whether they're planning on increasing those rates with minimum wage going up the first of the year?
No, I didn't. I just focused on the minimum wage phased plan for us, and that would put us through, we would be under or above the minimum wage until the January 23rd increase to $12 an hour. And then we'll see what happens from there. But I did not inquire on that.
Yeah, I just don't know if those communities will be going, because minimum wage now is $10.50, it's going to $11.50, if they're going to make an adjustment, because if we come in at 13, we're still going to be a little bit behind, but then that we might be even further behind if they're going to make an adjustment on it as well. And I know every time there's a dollar increase minimum wage, in this case, it's even more than the regular employer, but it just keeps adding on to the budgets.
What was that new liability cost?
194, right up here on the top right, 194, 902 and 82 cents.
Mayor, Council, everything.
It's weird, my mic keeps turning off and on. But the other thing I want to bring up, and Cheryl reminded me a little earlier, is that not in the workshop meeting, but when this item first came up, I think the chief had also proposed to add 2 additional positions, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
So if you also look at those 2 additional positions, and we talked about that, that's not included in the spreadsheet, but it comes out with 2 base positions. Starting at the 15, it comes out, or the 13, it comes out to $78,000.
So it'd be about 260 some, really
Yes.
increase. And where would those funds come from?
General fund.
That's coming out of general fund.
That'd be a reoccurring cost out of general fund.
Right.
Where's the comparison attachment? I haven't found it, where you have Carlsbad and all them.
She didn't provide it. It's
It's
on the screen.
It's up here, Mayor, if you can see it.
I know, I just can't see that far,
Oh,
unless it's enlarged. I was just trying to see where we were at. There you go.
And those are all off the base.
And I can tell you, Alamogordo does not run medical and EMS. I've talked with Mescalero, they're not up there. They're one that is gonna be changing, their minimum wage and stuff is gonna go up, I think. They're gonna be back, because they're down there where we're at, they're near that 11 and 12 coming in, and they're gonna be moving up as we are. For Taliesin is pretty low. I don't know much about the Vegas and their demographics. Manager Dodge may know better as far as their services. But, that 1150, that's gonna change in January. And then like Cheryl said, what'd you say, it's gonna go to 12 in 2023?
And a lot of that, what you're looking at too, is this is just the base. We're not comparing it to the aggressive approach that we're taking.
Right, yeah, I get that.
So you, like say with Roswell and your other communities, do they have the scale increase in their pay structure like
Yes.
we're proposing here?
yes, they do.
Being proposed, so I think that relatively. They don't have that aggressive approach.
No, not the aggressive, but
No.
they have the step
They have
plan.
the step, so we have more of the aggressive approach to try to retain
And attract
and attract.
the midline
those that-
guys.
Yeah.
In the first 5 years.
And I didn't, just for clarification, the 194 number does include insurance and para in that.
Oh, it does include
So
it?
since it's an all-inclusive total effect to the budget, we would expect that to be in there.
Because you gave us 13 and 15, so what does 14 do? Does that help your department out?
So, yes, sir. So looking at it, the 13 is an uncertified. And then like Manager Dodges mentioned earlier, if we get an individual that comes in with certain certifications and hours, we're able to move that around a little bit in the 1 and 2 step area. So it doesn't mean they have to come in at 13. We look at their experience and Like we had an individual come from Carlsbad, he'd been there 9 years. He pretty much had everything he needed, and we won't have to send him to school for, for a long, 2 or 3 years of the basics. So he did start out higher, was able to come here, saved us a bunch of time and money, and it worked perfectly, and that's what we're expecting to do now.
They'll get those years of service and credits coming forward.
Great.
Chief, Mr. Mayor, Chief, will this get you where you need to go? I mean, because I'm also, the other side of this is something we beat up all the time, and that is moving here with the cost of living that we have. And I know Carlsbad has really taken off, but in an upward scale. But will this, with these scales that you've put a lot of time and effort in with HR, will this get you where you need to go for now?
Counselor, yes, sir, I believe it will, especially with the progressive. In the first 5 years, you can see a dramatic increase.
Right.
When they train and their certifications coming in, they're going to move the scale very fast, which is going to get them here, it's going to keep them here. And if you look at that, we're going to be right in line, hopefully, with the rest of the state. Short of, Carlsbad and Hobbs, they got a lot of money.
Right.
They are running ambulances, they are bringing in some money, but we're going to be right in the same area, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Well,
I'll make a motion.
make it.
I'll make a motion to approve fire pay plan for recruiting and retention purposes.
Second?
Discussion?
Mayor, just for clarification, does that include the 2 additional positions?
I think we need to, since that's what he discussed. Is that going to include the 2 positions, council?
With the
Yes.
addition of 2 recommended positions.
Okay.
And the base being 13.
And the base being 13. And who seconded it? Did you accept that?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I just want to make clear that, it's
It's not figured into that 196.
correct. So it's approximately 78,000 on top of
Yep,
that.
so it'll be another 270. I mean, it'd be 270, 275
And Judy, we do have room in reoccurring to cover that? She's saying yes. So.
with confidence, he says. All right.
Makes it seem like there's a lot more than.
Very good, but it further stresses the importance of workforce housing. Okay, dead horse done. Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right.
Mayor, I think we're dusting off the dead horse.
You think we are?
So we can
Reviving
beat
it
it some
I think we might be revisiting that,
in a year.
yeah.
Well, Mayor, Council, Manager Dodge, I want to say thank you, that we appreciate your support and the resources to, protect this community. This is going to be a huge thing for our department, morale and getting individuals here. We have a position out now, and so hopefully we'll get it filled and everything's taken care of. So thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Is it good enough to
What would
make
happen
Michael
now if he retired and wanted to come back?
Yeah.
Well, Chief, you said it's not about the money, but to be clear.
It
it's
is.
No, it's not about the money, but it's also people need a certain pay level to maintain
Survive.
a normal life. So, I know some people will always look at whatever, and it's like, oh, you guys just want more money. No, it's about being in parity with everything else. So it's not really about the money, otherwise they all would have left a long time ago, but it's about taking care of the employees and giving them the opportunity to live here and continue doing that.
Thank you. Number 5, discussion and possible action on Parks and Recreations Department additional budget requesting totaling $65,884 and no cents.
Sorry, we're all out of money.
Yep, right, we just gave it to the police department. Let's
Fire
move
department.
on, or fire department.
And I think that
In a
we,
slide.
Yep, and the slide, and
Yeah, that slide's your water part. Quit it.
Mayor and councilors, I have a total of 3 additional projects that I'm requesting some funding for today. There are projects that were either...
Turn on your mic.
It's on.
it's on now. Now go. Oh, wait a minute. Now
you
touch
touched
it
it
again.
again, Rod.
Make it green.
Somebody else playing with your,
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Susan, can you hear him now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, this is 3 different projects that I've been tasked with, and a couple of them have been mentioned in public meetings as areas that need to be addressed. One, the first project is the resurfacing of the basketball courts at the White Mountain Recreation Complex. It's been, those courts were constructed around 8 years ago, and that surface has not ever been resurfaced, and the life expectancy on the court surfacing is 3 to 5 years. So it is overdue, and I have a quote attached for that. I also have a quote for resurfacing of the White Mountain tennis courts, which would include pickleball striping as well. Again, this is another court that's right at the life expectancy for resurfacing. That court has been resurfaced one time since their initial construction, and it is time for a resurfacing. And then the third project that I have is a comprehensive wayfinding signage plan for the village of Ruidoso to include all outdoor recreation assets and nearby tourism related historical sites, communities. The plan will involve steering committees of different organizations. It will include, it will incorporate the wayfinding plan that's currently being undertaken by the Main Street Committee. That way the plans are similar, and there'll be a cohesive sign plan throughout the community. The proposal is from Groundwork Studios, who's performing other plans for us currently. At the end of the project, we'll end up with sign placements. We'll have a couple of design concepts that we can choose from for the signage, as well as cost estimates for all of the signs. I'll entertain any questions that you all may have regarding any one of the 3 projects.
Rodney, in the item discussion, it talks about the wayfinding plan being at 40,122. But when I'm looking at the quote, they're talking about the basic services being 37,000 plus tax. And then you have reimbursable expenses. So does that 40,000 include the tax and the maximum on all those reimbursable expenses? Doesn't seem like it does.
I apologize, Counselor. I am not certain that it does either include the reimbursables. And typically, the way they provide their proposals, they do not include that. The basic fee, as stated in the proposals, the $30,000 plus applicable tax.
So you think that's where the 40,000 and change comes in?
Yes, that's, it appears to me that that's the, plus the GRT, not
So then there's
including the-
potentially another 2,150 in reimbursable expenses.
plus the 650 and plus the 1,500
Right,
potentially.
that's the 2,150. Because that first line
Oh, yes, that's.
says expenses will
Yes.
include.
They broke it down.
Yeah.
So what was the conclusion of that discussion? That it does, or it's possible?
The 40,000 does not include the
Possible
reimbursable
reimbursements.
expenses.
So we need to add another 2,150 to that 40,122.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, the resurfacing of the tennis courts, and you said that's going to include restriping for pickleball. I know at one point we had received funds from the pickleball group. Are we still holding those funds?
Yes, sir.
And could those be applied towards this or a portion of it?
No, because the way those funds are in an agency account which is dedicated for the construction of dedicated courts.
So they want dedicated courts for that, okay.
That's what they're raising the money for. It's like 70 grand or more now?
It's around the 70.
Okay, it is for the
It's on the cost of
construction.
oil.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions?
Just one under item 6, I guess it is, the wayfinding plan document. If you go down to fee for basic services, they have in there, should the project scope or construction cost change from that described above, the fee shall be subject to negotiation. Is that through the whole process or after the letting? I'm thinking about change orders and those things. That's why I'm asking.
I apologize. You said item number 6, was it task?
You have number 6, you have wayfinding plan document.
Yes, sir.
Then underneath that, you have fee for basic services, and that's item number 2 under that header.
So the last line on that page.
Yeah, it's the end of page 2, I think.
So the way I read it, the project scope, the only way it would change is if the village requested a change. And that has happened in the past, if we decided to add something that was outside of the scope. And then there's no construction related to this project.
Okay.
So if there was a recommended change in the scope, we would have to submit that as a change order.
Anything else? Okay, can we get a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve Parks and Recreation Department's additional budget request totaling $65,884.
You want to add the
We need to add, it
2150?
should be
The 21,
With adding then the $2,150 for reimbursables or potential reimbursables,
So I got it at $68,034.
then to come to a new total of
$68,034.
$68,034, and I'm done.
Second.
okay, we have one done and one second. Any final discussion? Roll call, please, Ron.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good thing I wasn't using new math, we'd still
Are
be.
you still,
Run away.
well, this item number 6, discussion and possible action, we'll just, if anybody wants to discuss it, but we're short on information, are we not? On Grindstone?
Yes,
Can you get us up to date on this, and then we'll have to postpone this to next month's meeting to keep it on the agenda, but just for giggles, we were talking about discussion on the final for Grindstone Canyon Reservoir Master Plan. So where are we at on that, and it's not finished because?
Mayor and councilors, so as I was reviewing points of discussion with the planner, with Will Moses from Groundwork Studios, he noticed that the points of discussion that were brought up in previous meetings were not in the document that they had provided. And so he had determined that it was in fact the incorrect document that was provided as part of the agenda packet.
Okay.
And so I'm not sure what the correct term is, but if we could postpone it to the next meeting,
Well,
that
or
would be
could we just-
preferred, so we could get the correct.
Could we just take no action and then bring it back up on the next?
I think you have to postpone it so that it falls on the next
Mayor
meeting.
Crawford, yes, and Counselor Coughlin will have to postpone it to the regular meeting in December 14th.
Okay. So
And I so move.
Okay, well, we just wanted to make sure that, so do we need a motion to move it? Okay, he needs a motion, we need a second. No further discussion, roll call, Ron.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Lutterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
Just so that we're all on the same page and keep it moving forward. Okay, item number 7, I'm still flipping confused over this one, Chief, so hopefully you can line me out, hopefully without a citation.
Confuse you even more.
Item number 7, discussion and possible action on purchase of 4 2021 Ford Police Explorer Interceptors from Phil Long Dealership LLC in the amount of $150,436. No, is that right? No applicable gross receipts tax. Through a statewide price agreement number 00-00000-20-000121, and for the cost to fully equip each unit from Code 3 Service LLC in the amount of $78,674.92, including gross receipts tax through a statewide price agreement number 60-000-15-00032AD for a total purchase of $229,110.92. So they are 2021.
So, Mr. Mayor, Council, Manager Dodge, listening to a car salesman, he'll make you run in circles.
Okay, I'm just
So,
wondering.
On August 26th, I received a quote from Phil Long, and it was for 4 2020 Police Explorers that they had on the ground. But getting this on the agenda this month, I had to get a new quote, so whenever he sent me the new quote, I didn't even open it up, I just immediately sent it to Ron, got it on the agenda. Yesterday, when I was prepping for today's presentation, I started looking at the documents that were on the agenda, and I noticed that it was for 2021 black and color SUVs with the quote date October 28th. So I called the gentleman, Mr. Sanchez, spoke with him, and he said that that was the quote for the black cars because he had sold the white cars previously because we didn't have a PO in place with them. So I think his Bernalillo County had come up and purchased all 4 of them. So he said that he has the black cars on the ground. I'm not a fan of having a mismatched fleet, so to speak, so I would rather stay with the white vehicles. So then he gave me another quote for white vehicles, which he will have to order. He said at this point they're about 12 weeks out, but they would need the PO in place to be purchased. He honored the price agreement for the 2020s that he gave me originally for 2021, so we will get brand new vehicles for the same price that he had given us for the 2020s. That's where all the confusion came through, and the changes on the agenda was all the back and forth with the black vehicles and the white vehicles.
Okay.
12 weeks for new vehicles is not bad.
No.
Yep.
What's dark car feature?
Is that tinting?
Yes. For
Well,
the-
you got tinting down there. I'm not a big fan of the dark tint anyway.
It's
Right.
just
Why
for
do we
the
have to
back-
have that?
Just for the back windows. The back is going to be it's going to be the standard deal. And a lot of times with the police vehicles, we have the back blacked out or darker than the front, just for to say, because a lot of times we'll have witnesses or something in the back of the vehicles, just to save identity.
So you're talking about the back passenger darked out and the back one, but the officers will
Yeah,
be
They'll
lighter.
be the lighter tint, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And what's the idle feature on the police engine?
So with the,
I mean, if we're paying $390 for it, I just wonder what it is.
no, with the police interceptors, the idle on some of the newer cars where they
It
turn off.
stops?
Yeah, you hear them stop. These will keep running with the full power of them. That way it could charge all of your electronics on the inside.
Mine has a button that stops that.
Chief, are you happy with
Too
those
much effort
engines?
to turn the car back.
Are you happy with the 3.3 liter engine?
Yes, these are the police package, so they are rated for pursuits, which up here we don't really get into pursuits, but they are the police package, so.
And they're heavier suspension,
Heavier brakes, heavier discs.
ballistic door panels.
Yeah, I was surprised at the 3.3 liter. It's like, that's a pretty small engine on a police vehicle. So this is another case of bait and switch. So they're going to take away the 2020s and give you the 21s instead.
And a white, and white.
And white.
Well, otherwise, how would they know you from a state patrol vehicle?
We don't want to get associated with state police.
No.
Well, you remember when we were offered a refund or assistance in purchasing though, if we went black? Wow, that was how many years ago?
Yeah, that was several years ago when that was out.
Okay, so we're getting new ones, folks.
Good.
So the other ones were new too, they're just a year old. So now we're getting new ones, 12 weeks out, and then, so you'll go ahead and order all the inside equipment, and so
Yes.
we still don't have any idea, probably next year sometime, May.
I'm gonna, probably late spring, early summer is when we
Yeah,
should get them
so I
delivered,
figured.
so.
Motion,
Mr. Mayor, move to approve the purchase of 4 2021 Ford Police Explorer Interceptors from Phil Long Dealership LLC in the amount of $150,436, no applicable GRT, through a statewide price agreement, number 005020000121, and for the cost to fully equip each unit from Code 3 Service LLC in the amount of $78,674.92, including GRT, through a statewide price agreement, number 60-15-32AD, for a total purchase price then of $229,110.92.
Second.
okay, any further discussion? I would like us to pass a yada yada.
Yada, yada, yada.
Yada yada, and get to the end of that one. Okay, roll call, Ron.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius.
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Thank you.
And thank you for all your support for this.
Thank you. Discussion, number 8, discussion and possible action on award of RFP number 2022-003P to WSP USA Inc. for professional engineering services for bridge replacements. Karen, tell us some good news.
The good news isn't that any bad news.
That's good.
That is very good news.
And introduce yourself to everyone. Some of us still aren't sure, but we do not recognize you. Does everybody know her?
Myrna Polendo, purchasing agent.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Okay, well, it's my first time, so.
Don't worry about it.
I'm a little nervous.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Coughlin, we have to licker him up just to get him up here to start talking.
This isn't
If you
water.
mess it up, we're not giving you the money, so don't worry.
Okay.
Go right
I'll
ahead.
second that.
Okay, so first, the discussion of the proposal for the procurement of the RFP 2022 for the professional engineering services for bridge replacement to the WSP USA Incorporation. We placed 4 legal advertisement to newspapers, and we had 14 firms that drew down, and on our first proposal meeting, only 8 firms attended, as well as we also had a second pre-proposal meeting because due to the time that we're limited of the bridges for April here coming up soon, we wanted to do that, but only 1 firm attended that, which was WSP. So I just wanted to discuss the award for the WSP USA Corporation
Okay.
for the bridge replacement. And the recommended award for that.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
And we all got to know the bridges. We're very excited to get started. And We see who the
Mayor,
evaluation committee was.
Mayor, Karen, can you explain just the difference between, we only received one responsive bidder on this one, but compared to the lift stations before, we only had one responsive person respond, so explain the two differences.
Okay, so on the lift stations, we had to take that back to, if you recall, we had to go back and get, actually go back out. We had to do one advertisement, only one came in, so we had to go back out and re-advertise to show that there was not, that there was competition. We had to go out and identify, or what am I trying to say? Show that we.
That you made attempts and that there was only one qualified bidder that.
In this particular instance, that was an invitation for bid and in this case, this is a request for proposals. This is where we choose the type of procurement that we're going to do. And through the 44 CFR, we identified that we went out for a qualified-based proposal, request for proposal. So with that being said, we showed that we, not only did we advertise in the 4 papers as Myrna referenced, we also drew down through the Small Business Association any applicable firms that were actually bridge engineers. Those were sent, that RFP was sent directly to them. We also sent it out to numerous firms that that we do business with, trying to draw up as much competition as possible. With that, 14 firms did draw down on the RFP, and we did have 8 firms attend the first pre-proposal meeting. So we felt like we established that there was plenty of competition. So that was the difference of the 2 types of procurements. That's it.
Okay. We got it. Okay, does anybody have any other questions of Karen or Myrna?
Nope.
Okay, let's get started. A motion, please.
Mr. Mayor, should the motion carry with it the amount, and the amount of $1,053,000?
This one is just for the award.
Just for the award.
next item is for
number
the.
8.
I got you. Sorry, thank you for that. Mr. Mayor, move to award RFP 2022-003P to WSP USA, Inc. for professional engineering services for bridge replacements.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please, Ron.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, item number 9 is discussion of possible action on contract with WSP USA, Inc. to provide professional engineering services for bridge replacement projects in the amount of $1,053,252.17, including gross receipts tax. It wasn't that bad, was it, Myrna? It wasn't that bad, was it? Well, you don't need to be nervous. Zeke, now he on the hand has something to be nervous about, so. All right, go right ahead, guys.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Following up on the last item there, for discussion of approval of the contract with WSP USA Incorporated. We are recommending that the council approve the contract for the amount of $1,053,252.17. Through this contract, WSP will provide engineering services to design the 6 bridges that everybody's also familiar with. This gets us into the next phase of the project worksheets there for the FEMA disaster that was from the 2008 flooding. WSP has, in their proposal, they have teamed with Bohan and Houston, which is another, Bohan and Houston Incorporated, another engineering firm. And so their plan is to tag team the design of the 6 bridges all at the same time. And they guarantee that they can meet the deadline and have all bridge designs 100% finalized and submitted to the village no later than April 15th of '22. and that is ahead of our deadline that we are held to of April 30th to submit the bids, or submit the designs to Department of Homeland Security and FEMA as well. They're utilizing geotechnical firm Terracon out of Las Cruces to do the geotech reports. And they're also utilizing a surveying firm out of Albuquerque, Colliers. So they've built a pretty decent team, looking through their proposal and what they've proposed on for their timeline. And everything, they put together a pretty good staff as far as, their highlighted team of putting these designs together for the 6 bridges.
Okay. Any questions, comments for these guys?
Did want to add one item, and that is that the proposed contract that was attached to the RFP, WSP has a couple of minor edits and additions to it. One being that one on the, I guess it's called the indemnification clause, and then the other to change the language on the commercial warranty. And we have no problems with that, so.
Well, what was the big changes on the commercial clause and the
It was just
indemnification?
taking out some language they proposed, and in the RFP, it states that the proposer can recommend minor changes that are, if the village approves it with, they have to provide us with the language, and that has been reviewed, and.
Zach approved it?
Yes.
I'm not thrilled about it, but, whatever. The contract we started out with was a lot of boilerplate stuff, so, it kind of blew up, it kind of got overblown, I guess, in the last few days discussing it. For example, in the indemnification clause, originally it said that they will defend the village. I want that in there, obviously, for you guys.
Yeah.
Because, it can get expensive defending yourself against somebody else's mistake, right?
Right.
Even if you win at the end of the day. They were pretty obstinate about that, but you're gonna be defended by your insurance company anyway, so it's just a balancing of the, of the
Okay.
interest there, whatever you guys wanna do. I mean,
Well,
we had a conversation with them today, and they're not backing down from that, so I think if you're comfortable with the fact that you've got insurance too, it was just kind of an odd negotiation there leading up to this meeting, so. I'm fine with it, I'm just not crazy about it.
I'd say if somebody else is going to pay to defend you, they're probably going to get the cheapest attorney that they can to do it. So you get what you pay for.
Is there a cheap attorney?
There are those guys that are straight out of law school and have no experience and go, so,
Mayor, with 2 points on this is, this is an agreement between us and them, and this is the indemnification clause, but also they're providing us a certificate of insurance, which names us as additional insured.
Okay, that's the next one.
Their insurance policy has that basic coverage of defense, and so does ours. Our insurance company also provides defense for any type of liability that may arise out of our normal course of business. So to me, it wasn't a substantial change, and they're still accepting, indemnifying us and holding us harmless. So just taking out the word defend, I don't think is substantial. And then the other part of it that changed was under the warranty.
Yeah, that's what I was just reading.
And under the warranty, it's not, the commercial warranty section, what they're taking out really doesn't change, the obligations that they would have to us under that. It's just wordsmithing and shortening it. Would you agree, Zach?
I would.
So the commercial warranty number 30, what's the proposed language?
The proposed language is the engineer agrees that the rights and remedies provided herein shall extend to the village and are in addition to and do not limit any rights afforded to the village by any other clause of this agreement or order.
Basically just shortens that sentence. I don't see that it has a substantial change to the meaning. So after discussing it, Zach and I discussed it over here during the cannabis discussion.
With or without help?
It got really deep. I think we concur, Zach, right, that we recommend approval.
In the penalty stage, I'm just looking for that one. I don't know where it's at. In the event their time runs out.
Liquidated damages.
Yep.
Okay, I could find that.
I had it a while ago and I moved it and I can't find it again.
We can surely look that up for you too, Mayor, if you'd like.
So, but we're comfortable with our liquidated damages and I missed it.
I don't see it.
I don't think you'll have, I think that falls under the professional insurance or professional liability insurance. And the contract will specify the dates. But I don't believe that,
well, do we need that in the checklist? That, to make sure it's on paper that we get it done, or, I mean, just to have that little motivator in there and,
I'll find that for you.
okay, does anybody else have anything?
No, we're just getting closer to my original
I know.
timeline, The kids that were born during the storm will be
On the council?
on the council by the time this is completed.
Mayor, do you want a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we accept contract with WSP USA, Inc. to provide professional engineering services for bridge replacement projects in the amount of $1,053,252.17, including gross receipt tax.
Would Madam Member accept a friendly amendment to include edits and add-ons as approved by our village attorney?
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mayor, if you're looking for penalties, it was 11.
It was in 11, and it was talking about specific
No, it wasn't talking about, it's more of penalties of crimes and stuff.
Well, I saw that part, but I didn't see the one about if we have issues with timelines and whatever that, that it's up to us to grant those and continue them on instead of,
And we do have WSP on if you have any questions.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that.
Yeah, I didn't see
because
that.
generally, I mean, if we run into weather, we run into, all the different things that we're facing right now with shortages of material or whatever, we understand that part, but, we haven't, in the years past, we had people that had too many projects going on and, it was lack of attention. So, I mean, I don't know if that's necessary, but we've always had it in our standard contract, I thought.
Right, well, we have a deliverable of 60% design and then the 100% design, and we will be creating the timeline the manager likes to see.
And if you don't, because I know we're on a timeline, that's the point. I know we're supposed to get it delivered a week or two before the deadline, but if we don't, what's our motivating factor? That's all I'm asking. I'm not trying to be difficult. We just have had this issue
Yes.
before, and I thought it was worked into the fabric of every contract we had.
I'll have to verify what we have in this.
So I don't see it in the agreement at all, any kind of timeline. All that I see is that this agreement is good for 1 year.
Yeah, the deliverables,
I don't see the deliverables in here.
that's going to be in their proposal.
Oh, in the proposal,
Yes, sir.
but not in the agreement. So is there a reference in the agreement back to the proposal?
Yes.
Maybe Craig's on, he could Let's see where you put that in.
Who's
this
on?
proposal. Craig, Corey, he's with WSP, and Megan. I don't know if they, I don't remember seeing where I saw that.
Are you looking for the milestones?
Yeah.
It should be the very last
The last one.
in the technical proposal.
Might be faster for you, but-
Zach, are you familiar with any of those? Craig, Corey, are you on?
I am on. Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Council, is there a particular question?
So it's gonna be on page 21 of the technical proposal.
21.
So what page would that be on here?
Under performance,
It's gonna be a timeline like this. When we renumber them, I didn't get the, here we go. So it's gonna be on 1099, page 1099.
okay, I see in here where it talks about there'll be a mutually agreed schedule at 30 days after this agreement's signed.
So Mayor, it talks about the scope of work, the engineer shall perform the work as outlined in Exhibit 3 and 4. So that's what it's referring to.
Okay.
Yeah, I got Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2.
And I'll tell you the number of days it takes them, start date and end date. It means-
End of
This is
exhibit.
gonna be a mandatory, under mandatory specification in Part 3, Section F, under the technical proposal.
Huh.
So
I don't have
I
a
believe
3
if
on
you-
mine, do y'all?
Do you guys
I
have
have-
page numbers at the bottom, that one?
Well, I've got there's Exhibit 3, but I don't have that, what you're showing me right there. It's just talking about professional engineering services, and then it goes into the description on each bridge. But I don't see dates or,
Does that schedule have a penalty if it's not met?
Yes, there is a proposed schedule in the proposal.
can you tell me where it's at? I just haven't been able to find it, I guess.
Megan, do you have that handy?
Yeah, I'm trying to open it up right now. It's taking a while. We did have it in two places in the technical proposal. So I know for sure it's on the very last page of the technical proposal.
Okay, and
It is also somewhere else in there.
I believe it's on page 1099 of the agenda packet, where the agenda packet is numbered,
Right,
1009.
1099.
and then they have it on there at the end as well.
See, in our system, it doesn't number it that way.
Oh, it's-
Yeah, here it is. It's right here.
Which one are you looking at? Contracts for goods and services?
Yeah, it's under the project schedules attached to Exhibit 5.
It's Exhibit 5.
Exhibit
It's in here.
5. I never even found it, Exhibit 5.
Yeah, it's one of the attachments.
It's one of the attachments down here.
Oh,
Exhibit 4 and Exhibit
That I can't open. That's where.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was looking at it in the base of the
Agreement, yeah.
agreement.
That's where I was. Exhibit 5.
Detailed schedule, page 39.
I just didn't see
Your
that.
page is different.
No, in the
guys have
Exhibit
to-
5, it's on page 39.
Gotcha.
And Mr. Mayor, council members, we made the strategic decision to team with Bohannon Houston. We and Bohannon have the two strongest bridge design teams in the state of New Mexico. And because of the aggressive schedule to meet the April 15th deadline in 2022, we really, by pulling together Bohannon Houston, which has a long history with the village of Ruidoso, combined with our strong structural and bridge team, we feel very confident that we'll meet that April 15th deadline.
Okay. Thank you. I apologize. For some reason, I hadn't read this one.
It's different from the way we're used to seeing things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's attached as a hyperlink to the agenda.
I think because it was pretty large.
So, Mayor, in that, just to get to it, and it doesn't have, it says NA, but there's a performance and surety bond.
And I believe that that was because of the professional liability insurance, the professional insurance they provide. I think on most all of our engineer agreements, that's the way we've been presenting them.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and council members, it's typical in a professional, in the design phase, that surety bonds are not a part of that. It is part, though, very commonly of the general contractor construction contract, but not a professional services contract.
Okay. I can see the schedule now and milestones. Okay.
Yep. So I believe the question was, is if you don't perform, then what's the remedy?
Yeah.
We have it in the contract.
What's the gentleman's name that was speaking?
Craig Corey.
Craig, this is Tim Dodge, Village Manager. I think the question was posed is if you don't perform and meet your deadlines, then what's the remedy?
It's really the reputation of WSP USA as the prime consulting firm. We perform bridge design work for New Mexico DOT, for a number of municipalities and counties, and so really it is on us to meet the deadline as we commonly do, and delight the client, the Village of Ruidoso.
And I will add that their references that we did, that were attached, that was part of the actual RFP, that they had submitted 3 references. Those references did state that they were on time, they were always on time. They submitted their design work on time. But as far as what it's referenced in the actual RFP, I don't believe there's anything referencing that.
Okay. Is that going to work for you guys the way we got it? Okay.
At this point, I don't think we have a choice to meet our deadline. We can't do this again.
Right. Okay, so.
Mayor Crawford, I had a motion, and then you said who was the second?
I don't know.
Did we have a?
I don't think we made a
Okay.
motion on this one
I
yet.
don't think we had one, have we?
I had a motion by Councilor Letterman.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Then a
Okay, you
second.
started it. Your mic's off, I think.
You offered an amendment, but you never actually seconded.
Seconded with them.
If she would, yes, an editorial addition to include edits and add-ons is approved by our village attorney, and she did agree to that.
Okay,
Yes, I did.
amendment.
so that was Jackson, was the second. Okay, so roll call, please, Ron.
Councilor Letterman.
Aye.
Councilor Letterman.
I think you're dead.
Aye.
Mike's out, or
No, he's on.
Can you hear me?
Councilor
Can you hear him, Susan?
Councilor Letterman.
I can hear you. You can't hear me?
Hold on a second.
Hold on a minute, we've got another technical.
Mr.
difficulty.
Corey was hearing us earlier.
Craig?
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Craig?
Hello? That's like the.
Testing one.
Can you hear me?
Call Susan.
Testing 1, 2.
I can hear you.
You can hear us?
Okay, we
Yes.
can hear you now.
Okay, now we can hear you, so we're awesome.
Wonderful.
Councilor Letterman.
Aye.
Councilor Jackson.
Aye.
Councilor Coughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius.
Aye.
Councilor Salas.
Aye.
Councilor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone, for your patience. Now we'll need a motion to move into closed session.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we move into closed session for discussion of limited personnel matters, citing statute 1015-1H2, NMSA 1978. Item 2, discussion subject to the attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation in which the Village of Ruidoso is or may become a participant, citing statute 1015-1H7, NMSA 1978. And finally, item 3, discussion of the purchase, acquisition, and/or disposal of real property and/or water rights by the Village of Ruidoso, citing statute 1015-1H8, NMSA 1978. Any action taken as a result of the closed session will be brought back into open session.
Second.
Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius, Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, so we want Counselor Letterman to stay.